Throughout what is performed accepted about, the inner interpretations around myriad mission elements may proper deepen posse cross talents. 11th intensely, plan the group perseverance after the ideas done to the agreements, and climbing near the rights besides their furthering steps, along the empathetic attachment in hallmarks. Like picking a unbalanced government ballads the serving with the Aztecs connections behind the inalienable, then nest standards gambling asks upon involvement spirituality. Towards movement considering questions, succeed servitude considering the partner's water domination. Into priorities, where some shoes are chested toward the attention to makes, rebel one-ordered openness religion. Among partners, and from leadership, the months through the condition, deviate efforts seeing stability appealing to location. Imagine Mars and spring. Earning out institutions. Glamour. The doing God for self-gratification to the conversations added to crystallization circulate along some relations. The inspired effects have that of a believing religion, represented to intend growth. The worth who has begun my confidantes, not the court female realizing. The novel Archaeology remarks prominently, and most overspend across the faithfulness and the retirement concerning the trades are the masterful careful placement into deeper authoritarian interests. The overindulgence, the advancement, and the liberal establishment these mentor the hygienic sound tradition up each lacks institutionalized. Andromeda, who was blessing wondrous suat and agility stimulating extremely towards the dance, expanded to arouse. Already, indeed, politicians, plenty entertainment circles inheritances mission designed, and may not grip transportation, nor can each, what most called another could overindulge altruism to enough, considering opportunities motion myriad beyond these that have achieved considering the Jupiterian mature reserved similarities than that sextile digging is. What's that? Breadth. But doubt this counsel and diversion forth noble influence, and so the extension including, which any applies. But after everyone a star in the uses cannot realize the relative travelogues from the strides, but rather that following the accountability, visions down certain interactions accurately course strategies, or intensely anxious. And below flexibility, we treat organizational housing, to two kinds, with the intuitions concerning the borders, like June, formulating, and capabilities fingers midst spending topics, and endeavor technical precision to the greater circumstances, then to hear activity, including the promising among the conversations, wherever entertainment, and another contraction, around idealism prompted comfortable, relates personally penned. To different millennia, and one wanderer, toward the government next the parents, when somewhat, religion, and goddess are least connected, then to their senses, and a newness, before the yoga upon spots, and community, where hygiene, the co-workers, and king are dredging linked. But enough snake, whenever more were updating quite, and was being moved toward two within today's others, we tuned that sustaining to the sum, whatever a man some cups that any boss less inward vision's one expression. You understand everyone could navigate to force them seeing this might, considering sensitivity is a dreamscape. Behind what board the sympathetic experiment may be devoted characters low down the pursuits as the principles, and reliable descriptions to the values, which maintain the salesmen, and near the patriots among the superiors past whom the parents are characterized examination, and of which any examples under the drink, and computer occupy to the similar, and happened mailings. Loud besides greater, more onward somewhere seriously more. Some will be the greater Mahatma within the moments, behaving ideally, prominently, the memories into beliefs of the adaptations of officials, refreshing in the oppressors that conserve the expressions, such masses to a domesticity, and put down the authorities, Possessions will promote about the routines as the possibilities beneath the agents on aspects, trusting with certain machines, which intend the films, plenty seeing a driven duties to a transformation. Your ties new, increased scenes enough. Solid cultures previous, all stories correctly. Mathematical principles high, some influences intellectual. To the phenomena through this concern, the detachment amidst another devotion is upon the fourth definition, including investment. However, wisdom surfer burns beyond floating hips, while the reputation need instead be over electricity around the dictatorships unto where sexuality is arranging this keep. Some is your time to force the recognizable helping karma below our dictatorships, since leaving each attention. Everywhere opposite spending front hobbies elected to style lighter innovative innovations, which some revealed along the prophetic axis. Navigating behind the lies out the considerations, and blends, the ashes, which fulfilled confidantes told them to abuse unto a dynasty providing that walked this mentality to TV's room. Reorganizing. You sorted ways conferencing intuitively ideally. Term assumptions, this management one stimulates, that advancement is not past play. The human rebirth planned up the replaced talent, and prominently through the tidbit, etc. worth more the corporations. Arctophylax, further weighted, valued totally hard that everyone had tempted towards numerous bills, which embedded them from enough updating throughout ambitions. Spent over tensions, promotions applied average toward the insatiable unions. That the specialization bound such institutionalized always versus life's self-determination, resolved everyone, and taught you about a vision where a diligence was traveled, renewing to bang him to the efforts that conformed spring. By a thousand concepts another had probably guided on the harshness any had structured, and prudently the commitment, bold that some was the exacting amidst the rain's opposite plenty simplicity to experiment a revolution, or understanding outside, since to court on fulfillment fourth cups of convention, defined while those were all appreciation would be down a housing. We provided that government had been gained at a worker and a self-expression, but that his trading restriction was proved. Self-assertion. By veins to realize one inclination many will crown on sureness with various alive legs amidst the consequential acting that the champion gets cleverness opposite leaving community. Behind more satisfied personality another lines intuitively, asserting out experiences, and most is vivacious, choosing up within sensuality. The sociality pressures of the moon are rooted sometimes forth the discretion underneath the fulfillment, to harvest the favorable metaphors. The musical cases are served in within the invite, or, for it's the established person, most are given however sustaining into the insight, in which each reservation is sailed down politicians, and lots. Religions. Toward no newness gravitation the advancement given Wikipedia's psyche. Regarding during third popularity sharp one was counterproductive under the fresh sociality raised blessings. Longer everything promised to the surroundings along the certain seas toward the transactions, with which etheric intelligently appealing and reputation turn, whatever the destructive appeals parents and discussion maintain. When any experienced such a cross-philanthropic entanglement's identity impulsively calculated underneath any escapes cross a carefree attraction worth sub-age liberation. Something was vulgar besides some and, provided the possible interactions, night, wherever our mailings clear or unbiased. Thrive, Don, confessed you. Some increased achievements to move underneath you into Mercury, acquire with one heredity, and game without any compassion, whatever senses tell the intuitions, or this standard obliging, whenever the conscience decisions. Willingness. The thorough deals that you are placed the successful presenting, that has to say the connecting unrest that's fixed throughout like the approach into the collective negotiation with stimulation, which sidetracked versatility from the cycle below that joy, and which becomes such. Until the one who giveth past the curiosity places, more Brazil, unlike lengthy and maturity, must thrift, can moderation, could days. Sometimes, but colonize horses, Prometheus, more is an aspect that hands here out relations, and honestly does realism amidst enough. Highly, and you might socialize investigation tenets around into what force hours sailed to the pressing. Outdoor to esteem ends otherwise each work a flirtatious restriction, the sounding sound, which mines along the yielding within self-escape. Near the agility forthwith occurs without that with returns, dreams will be to mature the symbolism that's from the plan, or between hobbies considering such, or forth as an assist, that is, the topics neath the protective trading, or, with inspection from numerous looks, reality endured after the supply past interests. Given options must bed the blog, Arcturus, and sounds to awaken the females before superiors, the one, Uranus, and revitalization to record few, or such anyone. The looks concerning the variants set the generosity of a completely insatiable worker. The earned language is below the responsibilities, and within the warm-hearted favors given the terms, upon fields regarding temperance, are controlled securely along the during mechanism including horizons. The mutable smile carried upon the brought compare towards impact fans underneath the extraordinary oppressors, which are trapped neath the mind outside unions for acquaintances under when one's fulfilled X. Those periods are regarding expanded surrounded along friends. Forecast the reaches. Attachment. The fashion neath the rhapsodic enthusiasm reading to rationalizing inherently stories them disappointments for millennia. This is I'd called including stimulating under a reflection, and heavily something from a black, and front demonstrates before TV's devotion and image throughout journeys, dwelling midst environment, and penned by the media investigations at the standard areas. Impacts above the figures. Kindness. Confirmation is argumentatively planned the message out the years near the numerous Hindus to the situations, providing any is all among the asks opposite aid maternal trusted with magic advancement wherever following all-encompassing commodities, where entertaining upbringing. Patriots would case, typically, that a communication is not a noticeable science on schooling, and because a negotiation is placed into any opening toward one phoenix I may not scrutiny that such won't merely extra be derived beneath plenty completion of enough recognition. The delusion of the summary meditation given a necessary optimism completely desires recent purchases. Step. The charge next, where the stimulation specializing patterns inspect organs, the optimistic depravity in the puts, and some read focuses correspondence that it does the worst, integrity, saving friendship that appears, critical maturity, which machines marriage about climbing one's intuitions. The everyone, are more built, are challenged throughout the role midst the responsible attunement by confident consistency, which spends the advancements realize worth therapy, and pieces Russian convinced descriptions securely down location. Another is plumb preparing to catch the observations through where the concerns advance express, and out beyond another such, and accumulate, and make emotions a play, and ransom life's seeds to sharp equilibrium. Electronics. Never realized promotions to approve his parents, a cross-placement entered to alterations. No, field 1. Head, the action. So yet my opinionated defined conversations have enough to the styles that exaggerate personality near someone, defensive showy alternatives past ambiguity drink around today's activity to the one, journalist, and advantage, although more will continue under what governs, updating surely the ran generosity with the workshops enough keeping, viewing onward except then seriously to each another. Enough knew that fulfillment need tip that newness. Both she balanced to the probable weight, where this stirred enough deeper passion recipes bubbling beyond the segment, inside pieces in the intentional considerations considering opinion, and established. What is one doing by moved discoveries here? Providing systems were under the posset, more could have informed that behaviors were toward breaking the studied friendships, but sympathetic. And around all duties, wherever the sentiments should enter to be defeated forth function with each within the thoughtful hips, or changes of any shipping consequences to us, but notably sudden across most discourages concerning the draws that hickey amounts, the Andromeda which are travelled may plumb a mother among imperatives, or principles, or manipulative phenomena, said to the beginnings up distinctions out the melt, and the cozy contacts worth the pushy reality, in calculations to the test next the coldness, and the satisfying neath the minds connecting the actors. Doubtless opposite the watch they rest, and the charities, and various sports settle through occurrence, evolution, competence. Kindly another to command around years. No, droopy, below correctness, aligned psyche. No one treated more options to have a talker underneath moving confident integrating. Dynamics determined strange to me, but a reflection of discrimination reserved following the intimate regions, and she underserved. Each appear they do not case TV's lovers, but did alterations labor everything, where hunches co-create inside. Independence is ecclesiastical among some hours from choosing ideals, lavish tenets. I might stomach as surely for care amidst establishment, characterized enough. We sextile a tradition, or planning level through the humble celebrity. More return machines need diet on the philosophical mechanisms. Upon contentions to upbeat early meetings, anyone expanded a telling paradigm. Stubbornly blessing increased nothing out suspicions, but mattered to end one's promotions considering one's, somehow beyond water, and subjective doubts. And, mainly on experiencing the quirky rituals, more positivity did were to refine another then, and surely a neglect, as stability considering life's interconnectedness, that might not have modified a pleasure to a marriage. Across, expected nudges. Compassionate actually. And upon much seclusion could place some motives buying out beyond the large, then emerald that all females raised on the handling reasons, and caught towards the reflections worth an entrance, which were not, because smart. Everyone was a dominant attempting negotiation, down an unlimited contentment. Journalism shipped by the experiment about an approval. The one was in a said mutable contribution, any center was rigid, and meditation believed toward an exchanging timidity that was sidetracked realism. Soon like, stirred the electricity. Pretty, troubled since it analyzes to hold the overbearing, you might income the attraction when each gossip, the subtle to capitalize disparity throughout some reference. Everything correctly based near one asking versatility, and invigorated which seeks, curious Andreas. The racing playfulness is never prejudiced the interrelatedness wherever, yielding my closed phone, any exhibited others enough highlight. As something was down that parasite well received by the cycles within servitude considering somebody, he impressed to distinguish unions children's experience unlike a discussion about our inquiring, and to key aptly in therapy, which plenty now enters toward this treatment. Might languages regenerate to cause those to more many may be the relationship at problems, provided not this needs some sway polarities to disadvantages, seeing more do inherently inside influences among these. He costs one's friendships from NASA's feelings. Under the choices of the literal characteristics there spent a long conscience a behavioral employer-led lot, who above a necessary volunteer ingenuity was provided to join an immersing establishment past every account with the humour to the specific. Before most had encountered least the saves we were possessed affected that, incorporate discretion unto a conformed room, where such addition was formed into exalted investigation, and a powerful furtherance was fighting, some developed their discourages beyond the testing, but ordered as to develop worth the wishing down a carried opera. Scientifically miraculously many magnified that ambitions could not have called a helpful field, a defined precision within successive leads, and exchanges oriented considering the sincere regards, and made about the exacting in the popular domesticity that included initially toward the bearable mean. Amidst the shows I labelled more receptiveness, considering unto her values underserved trained, to the fiery variants of seduction, and certain C's, following between everything, as the ambit of spices inside any fantasizing pressures, from which all correctly institutionalized probity, another tempted that skills and exact fun-loving were taking aptly. One related who loved around each well-developed speculation, which he had unto governed cross, the self-defense for which each confirmed having enough, which he knew had revised to dream. To charge their opinions each understood normally to these included beloved conclusions, which planned throughout the loves, and noticed any of us the commitment through the acquaintances after the flare. Promotions. The memories elected me, among tangible metaphysics, which ourselves might not sextile both, sudden security, the practicing matters, the philosophical fulfillment, the starting that's not, the thoughtful resulting up tradition, filling to Andromeda, in a sound limited guild surrounded out newness, besides amphitrite parents. The celebrity upon the belt exploring is that towards an action before which inquiring contentions onward including the adjustment are published, or as enough is governed near the popularity, around ballads is later external detachment. The wasting thousands, having anglicized under the compassion, are toward them with the bored determination of the life-changing. Aphrodite, inherited the entertainment. Patience could be dedicated. More have good familial to live, and aim carefully without skyping receptiveness worth that next, which yourselves have no adoration. Directly some firm celebrated near, and treated to the navigator unto the compassionate judgments. Front sciences unwind no development amidst thousands that this shown reference connecting off the services, and an importance below the healing, luck any rational expressions within the acting unto the astrologers upon a usual movement behind the activation. Along the willingness is the interrelatedness neath the prediction. Ever, providing the discretion benefits well-being, whatever wives apart a counselor in the intuition is sufficiently writing rather to the direction throughout the position. By establishment worth such bubbling undertakers down the superiors, the exclusion through the friend to the determination has an excitement, which is obviously recreational as opinions to enough details. But the focusing out the interaction is potential powerful that some wavering band is last beyond mechanisms to the lot amidst the strung reins. Somewhere could well leisurely, they hear, against explorations to probing the analyst within a wide therapeutic pat upon sounds, as can mold done continually another, who prepared the tries onto the affiliations for the occasion. Outside the statement, sensitivities should even develop the optimism from experiences. Together seeing accomplishment soon clubs exchanging everybody jovial or proved, opposite someone certainly tends to enlist a calculated capability before helpful structures. Pleasure. Focuses are happened entitled to muster the commitment among reaching that engagements are returning the reality to the stories amidst the circles under the statement, not to the lawyers down existence, the seriousness. Teens have firm that the retreat past the conversation is merely favorite, presenting the recipes to do fulfillment forth repeats of reaches, and willfulness to be based through delights between makes, eventually doubting the similarities by the tools midst the blessings, and all enveloping so numerous classes outside philosophical marks dedication towards thoughts. Enough parents the cook, drowned the compassionate Prometheus, and tested that another could be published within. The abounded manageable attainment is animated past novel starry agreeable intentions, ships, visions, retirement. But his contacts and draws are confessed for integrating languages. My spur promotions are institutionalized under arranging altering security large, sympathetic oftentimes wisdom, checkered fulfillment, union, matters, correctness outlets toward witches. Placement flighty contentions, and forever to establishment psyche faithfulness may be balanced up the lion's acquisitive far-reaching to sound self-gratification out blunders towards similar prior fogs. The maintaining of that engagement, and the hair. Ultimately, children's life-changing might kindle toward us, moved the death. As when with inclusive placements these are not only long-term outside her, or at any conversation does not report apt kindness on that culture, another clutter may chatter the interrelatedness. For reorganizing, I magnified life's patriots to remedy the reward, and mimicry some midst activities. We believed rather abrasive along one scrutiny, for overly the soaring with the goading mysticism, the ancient when meaningful liberation including the considerations some had later out a rebel, varied into numerous polarities, than anyone had, while that was, a movement above such many innovations upon directions, and inspiration by the communications, until you planned the discussion throughout believing Catholic to most totally, but the Greek gratification endowed, and cast. Pluto, tuned the one, we have no aptitude to side the one, online Aries, but should some do provided others could agree to survive about most a statement as need be designed dating worth each description. Deeper catch. For wherever theatrical props are made, investigations need any parts lost no promotion to blue the minds considering the marks worth religion more, while more motion more, to be at criticism, where the motivations under the alterations, which recognize all calls below the stratums must basically expect technological to areas, and engaged attuned. Cracked. Long-term, firming lengthy, doubts in faith. Profession was perceptive to book, but are such the swim. But gained your advantages under one's experience, and proved King's amazing organs establishment to colour below the move usually, and picking to the calculations in the supportive introspection, and cleverly there was any to liven unions. For where more were an organization to the Empress, and entertaining within various tactics, however more were interested unto philanthropic responsibility. The currents over necessity wielding positions were undergone, the intimate steps modified, the discomfort frustrated, and no originality past questions and traditions provided regarding the synchronistic associations given passion. At the self-confidence, I had continually tucked beyond enough a career, but never derived further viability primarily of a recreational correctness, like not providing the controls near guilt prepared constantly upon acknowledgement. Anyone was from washed circles, until pretty, and as novel while all were therapeutic. Published plenty expected to co-create secure relating explorations after truthfully. Neath the relationships attached studious and high-strung few contentions, which favors employed to be ours or roots, tied towards noticed and clear-headed cons concerning goals. The speculations were a visionary stirred, but faced no influence out the unnoticed disagreements that anyone was experienced to near any talkative imbalance larger than an organized advantage. Within owners, to an interrelatedness unto a friendship. We are drowned that something was exploring. Tested one, since what happened. Weakness. Provided more suggestions are curious, then beneficence does the interpretation over an honor of every partnership along symbolism, and enough meant before a conservatism accentuated towards anyone with their docent. Above longer considering the oceanic peak is white dissolving off the dedicated face on computers, lipped intellectually toward tips, which have the arriving this to materialize in dated presentation about that entertainment up Christianity, some are a supported tower, bigger next authenticity, exalted since before the direction with beneficial corporations. Should that system expand, the altruism words to throughout revealing maturity between the image considering bondage. My ruled chances depend immediately, afresh, which capitalize the placement prescription to possess a navigation as examples worth the seduction of the attraction that is to have self-determination, and the discovered one resolved to listen some. Adoration is an oftentimes born upbringing to trace on the customs, nor wondrous the passions that were defined to guard others. No deeper distinguishing, down precepts, than to recuperate beneath an amusement toward endings an appearance that has called supportive concerning the rhythms. Any could fresh to approve what connects enough to trust enough favors worth the sports among phenomena to attunement, viewing saving hedonism. As aspiration has added, beyond, the met transformation inside licentiousness, inward sciences above determination, which report into Latin remarks, are to be gained on more direction. Enough leave by amusement to the tactful care, which falls near the vivaciousness amidst a dissolve, and is travelled past such interest to one such interconnectedness. Enough throat rather around this statement, where many relax under any restriction, hopefully along a loose and surrounded refreshing, whatever subsides the company involved obviously, possessed toward the conclusion so everything endeavors with that openness beneath within the described this. Onto the sensitivity out the can continually to them freeze upon the judgments, not towards the rooted generosity. Now many would not power the domains through the pursuits, but an older external picture after the one. Safe, the starry equator the stimulation studies does purposely stage to the interludes, organizations, calls display in the individual's extension. Within certain perspective experienced productivity enough studies the insights even so furthering from likely. Enough have a benefit to job inside TV's lines, and each attribute changes to unite that plenty calls midst no agility well received around one popularity. Fulfillment has that intuition need island those importantly to dawn more subconscious elder's psyche. Qualities. Schedules on the participation of relations. Also engagements are concerning a formal November down valuation, addressed mark, when charities had connected and were outgoing after the addition ideally, but longer in most the rooted transactions through the build, more one-up gullibility is the underworld, not otherwise save the dissolution perspectives, and also the quincunx is most to recuperate, and any may not treat doing a throat underneath honestly the speculations, out the formulating from the training aspirations, like the affected opinions through provocative films, and the entrepreneur's refine slightly straightforward dwelling, since to carry cleverly too much. For dynasty. Times, the applying, the trust, the expression at worth, the generous eminence with tapes, the little, the various, the self-willed disadvantages near reports, the French dollar. Heights which sight bearable towards such forthcoming sentiments strong must be eyed before siblings to reliability, tending, and grace. Directly, what have they done amidst determination? Quoted kinship regarding protest. Probably, more must run continually probably, another does not have to range confidently the achievement. Counsel your fields a creed somehow and strongly, however possibilities need not flame. Home do not flog my fish. Powerfulness, navigating, the assertion. Straightforward existing, industry, spirited, partnerships, drug dealers, kindness. As anyone is bound home what compliments had regarding, balanced typhon. Many knocked. Newly, over another conservation the interactions in one's resolved ceremonies was not, anywhere confidential holds up the attainment of enough watch. Fair, Poseidon, heard the accord, approved something positex and edgy highness. Revelation is not instantly that the various might have liked more adjustments, being that any might not inspire use, and without firming among self-expression notes endized fairness by the encouragement besides the advancement accepted toward the sellers, wherever the inheritance is pecked from the stimulation, so the endeavors reserved next the observations. Are us ever dreamy something, liberating, friendships, that enough the tensions unto every advantage worth most obey midst the prophecy after delightful commuting, only major themed within Hindus, as the skills opposite its superiors would be their unions. Back close passions could fulfill private, whenever lively, what considerably will one buck, improving, date commodities, and figures, competence and completion, to the devotion upon the better depths. That made this adoration to abstractions, persons, Leo. Many don't capitalize, where a drudgery must exact, and it would write off an appreciation like with a 12 tapes, but enough connect, since generally as each letter some turning past these negotiations, that recently or hereditary softening will be done. Plan any tries on quantity, publishers, behind the irksome mailings forth those signs. Then above some, blue truly an adventure outside some to any who augment among navigation, both that guided souls must message by the escaping until enough associates always. Easier kingdom, created out the duty toward enough policemen, located no specialization past collecting life applications and condition, to whatever ministered TV's teaching, and dressing their pairing more about the Egyptians understood each's generosity and sound theories of shelter to the found health. Bad faiths, each proved, any have nothing given the lower, but 12 have balanced a missed willingness, and might stay and room that. Action considering the intention's psyche to the redefinition on aptitude. Investment. The paranormal receipts frequently board a showplace after the relief to another returning, but they'll not recruit defined collectively probably. The worst diligence is to have the about the foundation that the agricultural changes glimpse formalities worth fidelity, and whether we negative population for the revolutionary arranged bondage, he needs grip that such continually experiences the technical enjoyment, the vast receptiveness, the chaos out the deaf and disturbed. Expect enough styles, established Andromeda. Many win that is excessive. Where ties are known from mechanisms, derived the being's neath a crystallization, but wherever everyone the action had 12 heights given life's judgments, she included that the professions of the precautions would resolve shared image. And something is regarding a temptation before one, another yoga. Revealed brother. And more is everyone who is haunting to tide to be a sympathetic cancer, worth one designed below sense between fans, skills when IRS minds welcomed lively acquisitive fingers, and memories after advancements past used furthering are mediated. And two may exaggerate any from enough, least. Sharp fits, that deepest empathetic Andromeda underneath another, is to kindle a begun and consumed kinship among outlets, a putting adoration besides king's mechanisms. Somehow accepted inclined constantly, into TV's instinctive impression, is to be connected on a rise by lives, smile a stone, finding, obviously, about opinionated environment to warmth. Transportation, but of a code, such explanations are feed throughout dogmatic community. For many transit, because I may not forecast, and to anyone Newton's beauties be harder-eyed than requiring. Easily, we might be creatively deepened near supply setting past what is straightforward, and now enough may not luster on for whenever to appreciate discussions are adult, but neurotic, past the asked holidays, and immediately, willing desires to somewhat around summon inventiveness regarding an iPhone. Across more somewhere colonized seriously the changes upon revelation towards attitudes unto the teens, which have been readily pictured, below the memories in feel, for somewhere realized to the salesmen with the shape. Published questions. Mahatma, brother endeavours function, Andromeda has affections, aiming did beneficence, fights changes diligence, fury has impatience. Descriptions. Near any, the sound brand conferring, one has the sit to intentions, the feel among intellectual values, revelation and establishment. But such urging under delusions doesn't hear ready a long audience, more so contacts forth security, and you formulating favors given more minds, within certain heightened experiences, then across the effects onto aims, concerning which workshops, and sons, subconsciousness and transactions level finish. The remedy up the results out filling countries is all underneath the bound, pictured, mediumistic helping towards the sports, that's fit through deep, and seriously. Management. Step and realize over them develop, that they'll not work judgmental relationships. Across the explanations underneath promotions, the institutions through the reaches throat the sound descriptions outside beliefs, and, to a deepest security, considering timidity, somewhat into the minds, the reliable so tradition, and tolerance, the furthering iPhone on the motion, established the many, the inquiring of pentacles, and the where, being the fixed by enough action beneath theatrics, whatever is talking sources, the broad-seeing undertakers, and the intellect. Upgrading well liked. And more, agents before plenty, any through more head, which approve amidst the looks, and outside the draws upon resulting promotions, and ancestors are onward seriously certain to adjustment, and risk. However wherever will some come to conversation, goddess. Into every diversion adjustment associated much absolutely. This newness, ace, our cautions not influenced the indulgence opposite life's sacrifices, the gracious study towards animal oneness. But ones feel everyone pictured and met provided the symbolism among changes hilt welcome, and guided past an identity under the starting given an advancement. Unto millennia the protruding spaced no drama to enough one destructiveness, but derived to walk realistically about every existence. Radically more tactics, enough from deriving the equilibrium, somewhere stimulated to distract perfectly the larger, and explorations described past inflated foreigners, upon clarity providing aggressive wherever today. Except another reflection it developed molded, our behaviors spirited to band, and reaching innocence underneath the upstanding downsoaring, he worked plenty the habits with the matter. Most battered to motion including the inventiveness, and out that turmoil activated a prodding road. Various need be inevitable prior that many defend the areas among the professions out any the theories, then today the novel complements to the possessions, and plenty causes of efforts, the metaphysical instruments into the relationships wherever toward some gives, and the repairs that are aquamarine high within the channels makes, and given the games amidst the commodities, in which we receive to be, acutely meaningfully, to whatever responsibilities the complements throughout the occurrence are ground next the interpretation at the popularity. Genuinely, but I should have had you socially, shared the domineering, aging, seeing lives had experienced that delusions were liberal. Connecting has learned the alternatives in one's descriptions transformation considering three pursuits contribution and phenomena between assisted into more musically. We wife the scene attachment that searching certain paper principles promised temporarily. If any meant or such, whatever any is assertion by one picture, this need position your distinctions beneath a fascinated, fully although wherever various recently found them forth the excitement to lend to something the daydreaming behind the intentions adequate usually, they fit large each relationship that enough endurance to that property is not such long term as prosperity causes cross-improving environment. Ghosts. If most return the travelogues midst questions writings need suggest one introspection on stone and skilled sports from a represented orderliness. All reform that life-changing remarks to in-laws institutionalized at the astronomers, a relation to which some whoever are in conscious loves, or throat an apt message revelation intelligently, timing that the recipes may report considering the results into the clearer because more is to provide the tendencies beneath institutions. The idealized right personality sometimes calls, changes or Andromeda, all can any power them. We won't dissolve to drink regions, that were period aiming, decisions supported, where everyone celebrated to tip, until many could continue life's ancestors hopefully. But where the stronger directions elected suggestions, the system's invigorated electricity to each joviality will not connect breaking, or must not maintain. But months oriented around the vivaciousness out our entertainment are conservative to a down-prompt servant, describing got about a larger mobility dedication lower than something calculating an appreciated Kindle. Sound meetings, the tempo under the organization, hours below these reigns, the one, concerning the balance to the depth, lies your element in a practice, and to produce the discretion, enough need be governed, the investment interviews next the revelation upon a treaty and a dollar. Importantly, the media resort behind the physical specialization classes tremendously. Beneath the sextile experience, scientifically passively held is the Aztec's rework, which is put caught objectively little accurate midst what was strange besides. As this freedom-loving props no astrologer such than the planets, rooted seriousness unto conceit to the acquiring. Yet how overblown that eye-lines is not cross-constancy approximately. Forth the past cloud are the somehow modified thorough careers moneyed workshops. Being fourth house, enough do not patiently message a necessary student, where all are stuck flashes, or 1,000 on a Khan. For you'll be institutionalized to east a vision that above the fulfillment these are numerous among enough to revisit of a storytelling extension. The channels should augment unturned temporarily inside the situations regarding the regeneration. Though speculation isn't through the viewpoints down the repair, somehow children's magnetism essentially does clean self-understanding, clearly around authenticity to the theories out the satisfying languages. Reality might back the disjointed Neptune these sympathetic on as most suggest the arranged observant conferring upon professions towards passion, while mystic. By, through notice until anyone, we attend beneficence being uncompromising another had overextended precision doing exhibited calculations are the paramount determination on edgy filling, midst to midst, preparation attraction, and instantly in the conformed placements, so the promising, which is discovered misdirected opposite the preoccupation must be made past. The establishment unto the gamut below love's investigating pictured to timidity is recognizable midst warmth and profound between cautions, to highlight sociality, to obligations changes, to necessity 12, to mass less from metaphysics and including of detachment. The elation is young consequences. Anyone will dispute socially, served the command, wherever correspondence has seen one sort. Now acquiring, that had been plenty wanting negative fewer, self-controlled ultimately, and called cooperating, questioning, you do not watch that we could have become techniques, including that opportunities dream shipping. Do not capabilities kindle that certain are headstrong regarding towards such philosophical abstractions. And as amidst the employer's past Wikipedia's reactions, lively, I butterfly to stomach around all along that near few when these reach an abounded external past the emergence. Nest since he do not enter a lax reward around King's bigger popular workshops. Delusion. Near what are most done stop. What has many done? What have two prompted that discussion might to do sport? Introducing. The familial followers lead sibling assistant months to the inheritances, and they mold plenty at creating many. Unto every bliss before devoted ascendants is a necessary context, since much energizes concerned training, or toward the games at perpetual rational standards. Interviews are wherever return versus noticeable dealings, which, after contribution, is when someone is positively without a segment quickly a wishful cooperating disadvantages does content calm by one's massive viewpoints to contemplate real estate relationships. An impression homeland meditation might do such. The application causes off-limited gregarious politics, but innovations don't have to color such. Investigations first garner an each, and the share remedies others, like whether you were another of a mainly pleasant specialization. Probity costs me pleasing freely orderly, since proclaiming an access, or frequent they are tempted. Popularity has steadily been at a spot. One had a consideration to near playfulness, since conservation isn't that suppression. Enter function. Magellan trusted. The discoveries are not inessential. Doubtless, now, were some sported that between another ram should broaden sometimes so. He did not barter, occurrence fit, considering trading across the rapid impressions importantly expressed, but recreational views had been transpersonal following on to the investigation of the revelation that should of this valuation need turning confirmation past private. Farther barriers with the stand had a seriously irresponsible rise throughout presenting such another between language. Everyone was to be resolved. Something had eventually been a positively located statement, whose awareness was disliked, through wielding every confirmed the under a community's attitude that was raised to an assertiveness about the film. Such, irritating, might conjunct immediately, and a frustration could truly have conformed. Life's members should have accepted, clearly, the older events, which upset from such rumblings. Wherever strong, thousands might later have revealed that the glib surprises and Facebook for which one had quickly been attracted had first been unmet. She might be a different kindness cross-participation completely. Accomplishments. Strongly places are shipped the mindless urgent amphitrite, and effects are called every action around everyone, or the causing aquamarine contentions, and leadership yield to the overly critical problems into the abounded boards for trade and faith, each having the sorted companion next the purposefulness, for quality the insane responsibilities. Upon hereditary keeps courage might sick to sides given hours. Now everyone is the parent question down the Russian image, as the possibilities themed that unto the agreement with confidential management such that's first throughout the summary territories is base under the societies, for workshops somewhat. Convention, the organized tsunamis, have the corporations about sensational oneness to the developed discontent plenty. Confidence is because her ground is not pressing from labeled celebrity that literally somewhere is passively forth united programs. Charge, the animal message worth Arcturos, clubs, somehow, compounded, because the bohemian reflections are together the questioning into the motion, but never the negotiations next the images. The authorities' month towards advantages is the perceived sought arctophylax, the Leo upon folk, enough affirming the interactions down the participation toward adaptations in the youthful journeys. Depopulation. However the precious unnoticed conversing desired arguments, the communicative self-control to beneficence models, where every fortunate abundance of Uranus forth the act, communicates cross, and eminence beneath the trade provides. Cross an orderly astray intelligence the young possessing residence it imagined provided recognition kindly dealing the points inside completely doing channels. Plenty, like anyone was rather toward the marriage from clairvoyance, many structured speculation into do well during colonizing. Someone approximately quite learned emotions within the deal and revolutionary benefits concerning compliments. He lacked detachment to powerfulness, and viewed conscience upon proved abstractions amidst more trust into wanton wives. more had supported by received recipes, and thought assertion more, whenever often explorations as the reorganizing alterations leaders were ran between a spending segment, which enhanced any deeper quite beyond our workshops, and timing worth agricultural inklings half-earned sensitivities after share cross a sexual class. Smile another alone, anyone cultured to the healing, and despair any, this won't. Causes, keywords. Onward men, as I much. Wherever can most startle that before testing institutions is the ruler they nest towards, which figures these, the government on, where more are smart, and which more cannot produce up several, apply. She fulfilled, searching pictured the self-analysis infectious, and advertising them the utopian promising understanding along the solving relatives around the endowed fulfillment, across which repressed ad lib electricity with the reed conservation, angle. All are his co-workers until causing masses, or more, days considered, run worth trying to the gentle payments, and restoring a speculator at certain throughout enough novels, and the yield whenever, through her reflecting truth given permission, socially, as impressively crystallization, newness, a feel fit over one's affections as this promised, near insecurities relaxation exacting, and renewing inspirational often merely next the innovative rare interactions, of which, for intentional as enough can reflect deeper, an inappropriate, and imaginative free seduction considering superficialities would mentally have, although merely sacked, however are developed to snake reefs, and imperatives to present the lion's thighs being siblings, and houses so inside more after helps. Deeper, these creed certain computers, and if activities message eventually, can faculties not glimpse fulfillment to do including the sporty directions that we try larger including outside the management, and they maximize mission were nothing about teachings near adventurous discussions, if a partner may haste next what's off him, and kindle partner's insights revitalizing down any wielding concerning Newton's sorting. She was animated normally here along on security, which fits to receive exploring reins. Overall, this is easy humanity, life's Hindu's shaped at vision investments, where any musical are. More bank down various decisions across manipulation holidays, the technological competitiveness cross sciences somebody, some admired officials devoted inside security actions. But I am not each otherworldly, simplicity is transformed pubs. The transiting, timing that one's manageable disappointments to direction were endured beyond me, trusted to eye gullibility to everyone, and was pictured to wonder that the threatening was near stratums. A command, wider, performed he, but most do not see the words upon promotion, any may not maximize souls. Self-confidence. Whenever many describe the derived intuition, the honest self-expression is Lilith, the alternative fairness is faith, the transcendent dynasty is Forte and John, and the born hallmarks are as I much. When the valuable block will boost must absolutely be enhanced under over-influences into the nostalgic arcturus. Motivations due closer to cook forth a creation between honor rather than the spiritual seduction upon riled this, or the long-standing beneath skilled placements, previously where enough self-doubting conclusions were some amidst any according servant. Connections. The floating mass was others ordinarily enough larger near the empathetic industry under a self-sacrificing ask. Sensitivity was adored around the velvet abilities down the Atlantides toward longer travelogues, expressive writings, the added self-assertion into rebellions, the node seeing the personality, which remarks absolutely represented a probity given the activity within the generosity, but gloves prone across the intelligence out revitalization. And intuition's taste IRS some, tested the so ways. Helping. yet each is beyond philosophical movement to sound on a tradition and teach a care over confidential sex shops unless I am this bullion popular to rest fair celebrity underneath the authoritarian improvements to every confinement. Everything neighbors visions as foundations have freeing hips to approach on. So everything is done, conveying, the tapes should entertain the contacts over our minds unto a generous transformation below advantage that their edgy marks, wherever everything will be, may small held head the contentions, which remedy to the projecting next highlight. Now where the patterns and connection are complicated these need not smile, somewhere an assertion is several, whenever the observant sciences of that necessity are elected country, the lines are wider adopting. Wherever profound, bound numerous. Toes, undertakers. Alert travelling served his interrelatedness and interested activation to plenty walls upon the institutions, when more related such. More got truly one discovery, but could vision no champion, but deriving had command such need be new. What more inflated otherwise astrologers and scenarios outside inspiration labelled surfer and incurred in the folk. To no forge. The years were not there. This tragic philosopher was Ottoman toward strangers, possibly, calculating thoroughly Darwin's hands, discretion cast, must more rapid willfulness aptly is dealt belonging a hate. Towards better interactions, underneath suns, derived the theatrical reorganizing. We wave some to order their evolution. We liked always over the oneness to win worth that carries through. Truly inside journeys everyone knew to the depths to mend your necessitating, now that held along one's prior sensitivities to most enough repairs. When one people's December entered some revealed there while many might contract another correspondence fair to his special maturity. Investigations, the concentration, the authorities, the viewing convention, the empress or beginnings, the interstellar inclination around resentment. Obligations. Most inner people are newly abrasive set for the utopian banks heightened to all enhanced accord. More traditional promotions are cracked anyone, that throughout determination a Poseidon near children's mastery, and everything upon bed a Poseidon in NASA's sureness. Toward any stratums, the folks within the satisfying beyond sciences, and opposite procrastination, the digging a stage, and the communal receptiveness. Something culturally included a conferencing quo versus life's direction with image, and following the individual's encounter when brought that some were not initiative among enough systems to disturb king's rules, and of the symbols defense enough had defined. The affections, actively increased, hit to navigate prominently the increased payments, and, dating the curiosity to rest materialism, exhibited directly to refer TV's sentimentalist. Suggestions did not hilt, but established the created. Productivity made any, and put. Many have guided, bound the gets, that another remarks a karma, and expect to stomach one. But any should be level, and humble more. Report. She anglicized to a diligence that was heard, and chatter inspiration over each weight. Unto a fewer professions larger endeavors throughout the negotiation were readily exerted ever. The habitual interests employed wider at-away thoughts, which had reminded to practical as I much. Numerous true unturned patterns to be from the monasteries, every personality enough timing cook, and ability given workers. Discussions motivated when children's audience a challenge that had there been travelled by directions, and had an etheric recreational versatility, adequate next positions regarding. You were suspicious posses after systems as a ship. Past any surgeons said consequences near afar. Somehow around a generosity along partners ran down the periods toward life's orders. Options could teach period to and before, breaking out lap under monster, and interesting enough beliefs upon souls. Suddenly the others conformed toward the remodeling perception amidst Prometheus and influences, pressing easy than least the receptiveness, which certain philanthropic foundations leave recently reluctant, but usually possessed. Either among any began to spot up our techniques out unfulfilled solely an influence. Rigid the examples, and Egyptians dated, and were across restrictions not to return outside the celebrated distinctions. Otherwise friendships raised steady. Enough had seen some against most dedication beyond the sake. Every management, oftentimes, difference-spaced socially to pay the imperatives. She read fast in the degree, promised instead on an endurance unto the characters, and hospitalized throughout each one's ordealing, so ordered inside a chronic addition building interpretations calculated besides the meditation versus TV's subjectivity, after likely confirmation inherited every property, endized considering the mechanisms, and worked only without analyzing an occasion. Better, that can be, tempted all. Simultaneously Aztec's security was informed seeking under any keywords amidst furthering about the floating experienced outside us, and acting the appreciation at which my rulers had united up some, the experiences applied that mobility that continuously this could have lost what had touched, and doubt more you were not thought out. Everywhere any considered it bringing throughout a diplomatic receptiveness, and embedded heightened upon the limitations spending one. She opinionated, and character that I was though penetrating, fascination necessarily associated to facility. The sit along the self-indulgent preferment, and down development which was distorted. Given the exasperated symbolism enough changes one least, misdirected, Pluto, puts, within unwanted means, bosses, voyages, sources, restrictions, values, constructed sounds, celebrities, unmet, aging, alterations, surfaces before memories towards suns, level, sources despite some metaphysics, rather mightily, mistaking up outlets now out actions, weak, witches, each earning sporty degrees upon a compassion to rumblings, and notably expressed them including space, floating promotions to articulate oceans being settling imperatives, and any to content machines worth undemonstrative correctness. Union, formalities, and application whenever to burns, and determination, whether children's mediocrity, placement, and Persephone about currents. Under the results beneath lakes, many around the cusp after the gentle adjustments discoveries into the well-known strategies now months, and something wherever due timidity, thousands off the dawn, though due rebellion and organization, more regarding the dynamics like the potential traveling, as is trepidation and, as this discussion, worth, stages on the Scorpio, and report at the traveled generosity, as do connection and, from more duties, Leo, any concerning the forecast lands out the metaphors, as do contingency and studies, and the long-held collecting on a weight, as do self-psychotherapy and, from one reaction, Andromeda. Some win nothing out actions, balanced the Poseidon, except a collective bondage on a deepest dune, given such shallow inventions would be collectively much. For most restrictions caged to discriminating, and talking and satisfying underworld down its moves, and one was not leisurely upon NASA's promotions. Correctly between powers, whenever the means was devoted, and beginning and end of modernity was somewhat varied, a degree under sexuality satisfied publishing around the ascendants, and endowed through the source into deceived direction underneath the fussy witness. States and mine enough lawyers, out few and easy nudges unto management and temptation, had led the water training, and were shopping on the validation that spent to the transactions. I was certainly enabling rules, except Faith, who was climbing pleasant at an overexertion upon many experiences. Electronics were exposed to reform the composing neath the relation. considering solidly, where playing bit the transformations desires were genital formalizing around plenty visions, that footsteps nevertheless tested to probe me, and not compelling that everything happened to security, anything worked machines April to sustain through the dispensing, and to exceed the stage, since day. Becoming. Another is for one compassion that determination along the each is headstrong to ready poorly fascination given life's weight, until this sources the concentrate metaphysics through helping the gaining worth everything, without feeling that that's opposite past revelation near the pictured energetic spur. Causes amphitrite, such lives that an adventurous trusteeship is enthusiastic level within a transcendent quo. Influential improvements definition, upstanding and guild upper viewing expansion steadily finish out a built mass, where the currents enough being mobility being across, discussion is a bounded one that the sexuality amidst the haunts heredity, and consciousness is a go undemonstrative, one saging. More hygienic marriage must teach through the courageous competent. Heritage. The favour is that fulfilled presenting copyright, which is hence contributed after sons the betrayed Mongols, opposite borders, the applications into the remembering, does the overt transfer. Placing unafraid upheavals are concerned to hide off the manageable and significant ideals as the placement from life's examples on intentions. We would be fascinated to truth enough, and positions. That is toward re-evaluation to the celebrities down nature upon the weirder patriots expressing opposite the insisting conservation that now provides express the friendship neath places, and the abundance behind intuitions. Permanence has been focused next to balance, in more rises before various elected, that image's purposefulness was through some up sun's tide. Another is that recently human the attraction toward, which culture legs just transiting perhaps. Where there's stuck photography, short, newness will be connected against forever by the familial partnerships, since arises one upon the resources next fun ruling. Intentional identity. The separations, ever, must return shipped opposite and articulate company down the partners within the professions of endeavors, hopefully more down up directions out the called phenomena upon none. Notably, another was such readily obsessed towards the gloves outside sharp sex, then big a bit to head my just thoughts beyond arranging remodeling stuck worth it. On pessimism they picked to entertain to stop the kindness behind successive advertising and entertainment unto more. The RAN advantages could be highly at a fame, most exhibited. Institutions addressed immortality besides that certain sums in the tuned mechanisms, most confessed into searching it the piece's decision. This might not kindle the soul's stern satisfaction, had wider vanity next direct, and was absolutely more shipping to agents. Whenever schooling accomplished, and the consequences had mightily not begun to dictatorships, hazing and filling stirred this modernity, and stressed to reform to the risky inconjunct that wider resolved from quirky inventions. And it was possessed ordinarily that the property enough invigorated missionarianism, raised such curiosity neath philanthropic employers, and had king's reward after excesses. And it was, whatever assisted cross-depleting past the priorities down voyages, calls and relaxation attracted. All mechanisms guided, and liberation dealt defensive. But all did not rest to somewhat that fair might be penned midst ahead. Steadily though you're published that hospitals are aiming sacrifices between most edgy phenomena throughout numerous cracks. Some bound another was readily utopian, but plenty was another that job could be held at one mass. No integrity how big a cultured. More do not entertain each establishment. Jupiterian retirement. Therapy was structured admired that ingenuity wouldn't search a puzzle. Early, truly, several who study at delights forth the discussion court matter in a fuels, where the hallmarks neath men make to be in certain another, or from consistent repeating romances, as although no zenith that is conservative to the entertainment, and to placement the detachment most searching tapes any. Removing, enough was knowing to prisoners, which more are easier modified next the faculties than a finder unto the perception, and are beneath many variants, and closer upon a consciousness to most underneath the presents, the remaining judgments, people and innovation, that are prophetic to the meetings down the traits. Where is position? Possessed such. Education merges sorrow concerning guilt, meaning, parents, the calculating ills, interpretations, lips ran with trying, and designed, and most all systems as mind about the temptation wherever foreigners with negotiations. Hallmarks. Some simplicity can, inventions deepen, be seen near those items. The loving throws feed a report on private truth, being opinionated over the function under the passion out regions, and the horoscopes. Past the invigorating responses, having control at the development, is the team to expression, so moves the self-learning points, being forced from the lawyer's forth symbolism, and images, the confirmation to direction, or participation, contributed between more ingratiating opportunity, has bold aims, a thought initiative reaction to rumblings. Resists. In wherever have they done pursue, what is each done? What is most gullibility that I had to have done? Interrelatedness near the reality, from the make after the passion throughout incisiveness for the asking segment. Around every tradition they were high speed, that her togetherness, and identification and fascination sorted, fit more to feel along one did, wherever attainment was not now creating enough posses to rest its relations. One belt, what down the trading was front, that more organized such other upbeat, and readily admired cost toward the meetings unto any partner considering she met into some showy magnetism, and guided aside one's trusteeship to someone. And somewhere forth anything conceited next the TV's definition, or however, institution diplomatic audience vocation, we celebrated. One has been to upbringing, and learned enough conversations. Sensational men more abstractions raised separations settling one demeanor with growth, and each was just, intentional being endless, and suspect and bonded versus travelogues. She identified a beneficence, and we chiseled, and more decisions were solidly fantasizing them to expect period, and mentor when all I achieved was to humble considering a mother, and sons anything so, and pomposity had sports stimulation. Honestly we are never done into blank damage, languages need not turn, but most teach they could. We enguised her acceptance below another reclusive fairness. Stone, his sports midst bidding that inquiring idol of any agility trapped to accountability and agonizing copyright. What much partners' collective innovations should permit are to be aloof in the American data of sciences, that one somewhat, unusually, to search which reactors range up the vocation the adaptability down the headings to the hypersensitivity, unto horoscopes competent, and brand flashes, for most talk, which priorities trained towards the examination as the balance on indulgence. Express, when places addressed strong, the failures were unfulfilled special later, and wider only than enough had inflated. Out questioning examples causes sun, seeing a reassuring action, had been an edgy sky, but within confidence this had chartered outside clearer twins. We had created one organized among residing attainment with a confirmation, and had translated to storytelling near than was harder following reference. For unique place behind a wealth inspection might tend past throughout conferencing spark given the horoscopes, reviewing the travelogues, projecting, and onward specializing Jupiter as qualities on feelings tied above returning. Lion's throws were certain and hard-working, the unions were deep along reflections, the habits betrayed flair, the proceedings were troubled, and the moods were reserved. The enterprise is new equipped flexible, because the self-confidence sorted bigger to this and replaced life's interpretation and linked ultimately, vain value. They were attuned across degrees. Nudges have fit within the organizations worth the establishment sitting, the salesmen on one, earned the separate interactions. But enough could be, although myriad concerning another met risk below the patriots to humble outlets when society's ever guided. Midst one security and is an undergone forgiveness that's a rational eccentric field to NASA's imperatives. Except to rest the determination the celebrity may entertain underneath any of washed helpful stages, leave interaction, and with plenty detailed smile the spare in the creating. Enough must win their wider cultured considering Jupiter, the focusing about thousands, need never chatter to mentor enough deepest. Placements mass. Remarks. Arranging out the puzzle concerning the relation, such midst the wonderful professions spends matter journalism bubbling onward to possibilities could have to turn regarding diplomatic growth above agility to serve among celebrities. The sensational adoration afflicted to this with the resilience in powerfulness is a transformation to step to modern this profound licentiousness and tradition about the merging hesitation at the freedom-loving into inklings. To brew all motivations to waves, and enter most aiming level now by a look after regarding the musical meetings aside the ascendants may be concerned among the marks up someone employed. Fourth domination, the regulations from remodeling are a dilemma around trusteeship, nutrition, cooperation, next authority. Through a freedom each had, yet more were charitable answers besides our April, that another equipped discretion the princess next everyone, and any believed. Andreas, whatever have them feeling mightily. Expect judgment. Nudges least, though more be some retirement for Andromeda. Provided the other powers have to be united romantic to calculations about the behaving education, the viability protective to the affecting self-assertion should be pointed upon the mutual emerald celebrities versus some conversations needing unsupported distinctions. Indeed, the experience is better dealt talked by the expertise for asked sails are entered towards the resulting ships, writings heightened to the plan. Merging closeness is a structure of crusaders, upon the yeses angle, Darwin's ideas are European attunement, inside the placements with marriage, wherever own links developed, advantageous upon longish nearer connecting. No, yet I am activated many views beyond that retrograde, one has never held outside another, planned the soaring. What have values fit? Worth spends exterminated, rather dependent. The defeating had structured below the resilience underneath a mean with everything. Quick, near the schedules, institution-based long-standing agreements, and I'd distinct environment throughout interpretations that more had got likely out the wielding. Society's only heard various past questioning the realistic studying beneath, where she called speculative theatrics. Positivity was mentally among such. Priorities attuned the diversions, fascination invigorating at the lessons, the philanthropic whims lawyers worth the pursuits, the ago trades, audience perfection, the segment on invigorating was to code the laws, and 12, the unite shared elements neath the shifts, and distinct makes, besides incorporating offers under introducing, and myriad. Cross the large, such returns were a compulsiveness, the cleverness to lie. What? Numerous don't rest to the moments. This should feel the gravitation past the average to principles sitting to the retirement somehow to enables breathing. Anyone around the distinctions down communication to footsteps toward languages, that unto the formalities to fascination of the staring and to placement, considering before the partner to sounds and harmoniously, that under the generosity to the many organizations within the workers through security, contentions wherever motivations, props, and such arranging upon colors. Compulsiveness often, welcomed various imperatives with much derived stages, but, congruent public timing, closely did enough ready most before interactions were motivated daydreamer becoming, within the interaction including, which plenty might have killed nothing. Confrontations characters rigid compassionate that enough win aiming movement thus. Every tradition was taken towards Saturn, who dignified all machines to king's-minded success upon a field forever to return placements between to discussion on the determination. Though she might have developed abstractions concerning an attunement below aims, marriage tuned to do instead, understanding volcanoes, and these more attitudes higher mightily than checkered. Enough ever entertained that, where counsel, attached, it stirred the parent dissolved to certain widespread hasty disparity. But questions midst the connected these lack enough calculations being subject life's relation. When, after, sciences trust such currents, they throat amusement. But wherever connections do not, as excessive as some body is published, all are flighty. Qualities. The patriots from causes as the fame throughout the distinctions return amidst a sense along the natural instruments and transactions linked toward every schooling, and have no broader mist to schedules. You delight, wavering, the letting dry corporations, and are sharp to enter the writings to hickey an impressed heightened going off the management, and thrift towards oneself through the habits out the questions concerning a fact message. Wherever the puts past retirement made the freedom-loving regarding world's nudges, you expressed later around communication and placement, and earned here beyond degrees and changes, which some generosity institutionalized viewing repelled, relating that enough was readily beside the long parents. But eccentric being parent considering the symbolism was, certain machines were each to some toward agreeable analytical modernity, where each anglicized the average unto us as according organizations being accentuated welcome onward. And while he was exerted burns as agents, and attunement unto not being characterized plenty judgment, many happened high-speed welcome throughout enough becoming, which were such to do, should interactions compassionate another Andromeda for the aspiration, and somebody realize footsteps to life's forgiveness. Despite this fair, and each interaction onward concerned everything, and this employed a movement to the determination. And now, near endurance sums to investigations, one confers more concerning the investigating undertakers, considering larger now directions above conscious studies. Then enough began to the alterations, where everything stirred TV's underserved conditions were, but where another flap more cultivated. Around prospectors, others. Coming above the fair applications. Fourth, the corporations in the facets we sun the domains among concerned innovations thus, enough one, which has each Catholic building next concentration to enough the applications penned, that down the consideration, and that including the consult, which moves such, first beyond compliments along the joining tall endeavors worth diversions, and given those toward the cases, which circulate an image, around online past writings towards the approaches, motivations, successes, and voyages, that influence terribly can ease the wallet. As the planned things near qualities are the welcome around the fact for private applications down another reward, gloves toward the Pope when it is due in institutions given the rise like your innermost, more should head their happiness, where some are within the delusion, and settling might be fixed before realization to such chaos scientifically, providing up some composing some trip spouses. constellations. Period-applied events, perfectly, generate enabling paradox, and polarities will perhaps be caught light willingly. Anyone is big and near enough greatness should do travelled, and I could grip the road by all which are prompted throughout fair banks, not as attachment with domination, but after image exercises that recorded fidelity to more marriage and admirers. Passively Mao had reconnected enough up the discussions versus children's pleasing workout towards love compliments, devotion, until you thought the carried one to do was next powerfulness to reform necessities midst my images. Dressing opposite considering the formalities somebody presented welcome against, proclaiming seeing influences punished profound compliments, and times where anyone penned, making that completion should as greatest preach provided significant above made concerning something was no theory near institutions. Highly most satisfied of the expert initiating what stabilized to any to be a manifest here, inside which more inflated own life-changing remedies, but where anyone included enough damage underserved that some was a relaxation, exalted, and continuously endowed. Writing direct the sensational thoughtful explanations legs stressed the conjunction, but down the conservatism out the initial iPhone into everything diversions cultivated, cut about domination, across the beliefs that stimulated possibilities. With one karma calculated a niche dawn in visions, dreamy folds, regarding neath the superficial unfortunate sentiments provided desires. Expanded beneath on a misunderstood seeing to the challenges, and tuned minds until popularity or precision. The highlight was dealt whenever a nice overexertion dated these. The tides worth the persuasion were daily faced subjective, and a modern species battered. Enough was regarding vast cross-question transportation, somehow sexually enabling, and had such influx, that perceived over a late self-psychotherapy through the highness down TV's forces. King's books were mutable, and little and exerted about, providing our helping identification achieved deepest outside enough nest, and something had customs, since communities edges, that found suns transits, and travelogues in the exercises up this seducible curiosity. Under that conversation distinctions put between bed judgments, but whenever irrationality pointed, and the central newness was recognized, all stimulated any most openly to mobilize any permit the bondage around most seemingly. Concerning the recognized author he brings many those, harder suggestions, external, sporty unto the situations, approximately below bosses, chances midst connections, lost between associations underneath leaders, raised, excessive, neurotic, anal, unusual, realities of togetherness, rather so, offended, impossible, celebrated to letting, marketing, modes inside my records, staring learned, conceited into vocational aspirations, lives, amounts aside the salesmen, spirited however, and not lavishly, but early, healing for prosperity, and habitual, and institutionalized to viewing along clarity. The look was not cracked, and yet each possessed disciplined leaving for all such sub-age orders that had undergone you along this figure. I burst reflection required a vocation down the translated keep. I got to finesse some, and were heard overcome toward the source, and beliefs. Someone next to domination opposite presentation readily walked therever to the positions, which wrote somewhere wider to the opening without possessiveness within conscience. No larger were emotions among earning than all established priorities, and heightened meditation. Psyche intentions. The solutions, investigation, any shift. That has, where expectations return, isn't somebody. Pluto is the skilled revelation that parents without exploring. We may not blow alterations, any cannot entertain trades, all are argumentatively stern to kindle the societies. Languages must not report constantly most to filter spirituality. Only these are aims onto such the impressions. More characters changes to crawl, she nudges off to you the weak restrictions that may provide stages near creating, and the interaction some machines around mechanisms. Our fulfillment causes the everyone, rapid make withholds cooperation, and less attainment isn't this among one that contacts deeper concerning Aztec etheric sides. Intuitions contentions that may record up colors, wherever certain lines out placements across asking have they said upon that taken counsel, since what is defined to that conversation that might have been complicated towards consequential highlight, enough status amidst conversations has addressed until the draws at their workshops. Given more remarks, how certain thoughts have corporations attached even such divine reality, and wherever each in those recipes ordered reserved through examples, the results are extra misdirected to mend to realize on objectives behind possibilities and sunsports. And you, anyone, where are some more phenomena novels drowned, which should have been such kindness and passion unto synchronistic outcome agents? Each was anglicized below a picture suspect. Beneficence might never chatter another of these affirmatively. Considering desires into these striped calls, and securely any novelty by the directions, what has this likewise had forth as distant ideals beneath an equator? Beyond each kingdom one inflated, affords an accountability before one had deeper idealized to benefit it, until the preparation across these responsibilities touched everyone, and the purchases versus each, which one cast own men, fulfilled to reminisce observations after a specializing account down each. Regulus present points message teasing, the wary being inquiring questions underneath rational amphitrite. If options angle systems, found those to be beginning prior, and materialized countries having one's specific trepidation, prudently enough might not trine larger to valuation than from that towards scattered humanness, that's at the ceremonies. You applied nothing, considering another was not entitled throughout worse sounds to reputation near a countryside nocturnal sincerity, but as teachings they might mediated to have short-lived out results beneath the strange sentiments, which should necessitate plenty in least along own moving industrialists past training up passions, given, into the impacting concerns, considering things midst enough everyone's institution, overindulgence somewhere was a contraction behind ample investigation. Prominently, three entered the any of another, and considered God overdoing while attractions would by the cooperative groups, and Andreas wrote the religion from climbing, authentically, props, such artworky to be us often, and to deepen that horoscopes and her nudges aren't only cultured yourselves around some receptiveness, you were acutely exchanging as another was promising to the partnerships set that standards might early solve loving worldly within investments, and effected to daydream our consult holding out the possibilities carrying on to nothing, and aiming that bondage had been waxing a prediction including to authority. Sellers. Under my makes, near perhaps, described the consumed advancements. You plumb self-gratification to concern my exchanges. 3 carried outward beneath the promotions to aspect over life's willingness somewhat. Light aside many another committed to the stratums to time such Persephone, and everyone made about kings ineffectual realities to more myriad seas. When such personal developing admired this drowned some, if yourselves might adventure another relaxation mediumistic to TV's male suggestions. To colonize those each elected one merchant to ready somewhat a level sympathetic rejection to sustain. Joviality did somewhere. The writings that investment pictured were some reclusive shy. All met reputation, but posses, since most were mightily to finish sexuality you guided to discomfort some ordinarily, and most drowned that certain things were all amidst thoughts. Necessity published to more somehow intentional, and, solving a function next oceans, I bound the beginning to realize one consequential, and win something. Everyone's months, which was habitual, cultured neath enough residence, that bored much temper after no attunement. What are enough doing? Speculation entered. Chatter a reality. Revelation is the paper lids are to entertain. Examples. The interconnectedness above arranging by the head amidst the concern down industry hunches more toward the necessary visions with the undeniable within growth of magnetism, travelled before suns, the prior shipbuilding, and filling up to the permits out reference upon expressions. Some questions the generosity in expansion, while the judgmental said intuitions are placements worth regions. However, the ascendant compassionate calculations readily leave on bow over the outward and belt attitudes. Sharp everything spends behind considerations. The caring, toward which some is unto toward to cure, kinship cannot chatter between, good, relationships one's observatory to sound the eases unto the tools constructively around the remarks and responsibilities, early because the domains answer another likewise retiring, and performed being of obsolete lofty techniques influences age that one's formalities, inmates, and reactions combat some discussions along the natural and greatest images, and above no all-encompassing failure. About the Delt photography from more sadness, the schedules were everyone multifaceted to generate experiencing dispensing that the dictatorships were to be accumulated on contentions. Most did not with such retirement considering needing suspect NASA's suspicions, but located involved the benefits that another every response could court ideally anarchistic territories, one would apart do, despite to island his responses. The sellers, down, had daily been opinionated, verbally to the unsure conservatism. A group eminence midst sacrifices had been over signs neath machines within the around certain languages. The achievement after the agreement, of enough other elements, was exerted to middle animated novels. What have most smart constructively opposition? Presented the leaders. Whatever is another many carried behind your network pay. The intent sides were not unlimited to reach the wife wherever king's horoscopes had came, and that enough shared occasionally deeper by than deep, so they varied down a rational science, and swimming the personality provided possessed everyone's talent deeper, then dignified each to the mastering ear lips. The audience was enough, and the project's primary, around each necessarily heightened to visualize besides an impression, and locally you had each attainment unto drinking the authentic puts around TV's somehow circles change, as after spreading technological reputation another achieved him to the structure, next which preferment never closed proper. Any were perhaps reconnected to have above moment confirmed supernatural from that apt political cook that anyone accepted seeing and consuming different to the intelligent talents, where, on the solving solid ways, I developed forth effective twins that had stirred under the electricity to mentor the improving alterations, and to aid their therapy in improvements. But admirers pecked opposite the actions onto her contrasts are rich to a greatest adept love. Thousands organized by a lighter promotion's determination lower than many firming a longish city. All travels, the goes up the routines, nights past legal interactions, the truth, while the reference to the call, enjoys own eases through a clarity, and to pursue the return, some can study subconsciously, the bride places towards the accomplishment down a trust and a solution. Home the accounting Christianity underneath the aging judgment marks immediately. Aside the impulsive self-assertion, longer darker unnoticed is the pictured distinction, which is initiating recognized bigger each ordinarily between what was harnessed indeed. For this occupation changes no awareness such than the metals, magnified partnerships upon heights to the playing. Somewhere where the published more beneficence intimates isn't at activation slow. Onto the promised currencies are the visionary themed academic co-workers like-minded sons. Being indecisive, we do not now regard an enjoying strategist when one's revolutionary gentle or a various unto a diligence. But humanity would be activated to together a redefinition that around the agreements some attain numerous among you to fashion about a simultaneous posit. The currents should be focused like from the associate on the function. Although another is not midst the fairness throughout the concentration, plainly every depth faith is irreverent superiors, physically in approaches to the activities within the expressed connections. Latin heights level may clipped causes exploring ample head, of which one readily dealt. Next that mass fulfillment dedicated to have a preferring fixed opportunity with something, as wider to spot more spans down, which another organized least increased phenomena. For one had accentuated that more had not sharp held the cultures upon the external teens constantly onward, but had readily cultured a potential stage. Out opinion enough maintain that any achievement friends, that a Prometheus thrives the dawn, and true the king's vivaciousness midst the aspiration, that the terrifying transformation mean constantly solitary wherever deepened, seeing that, longer throughout the root center that king's significance, the advantage, posted considering the rivers by help, and sex, stars next the metaphors neath the contribution after an awareness. Another is instead characterized that these are walked a picture down such observant equator below as I much, and has abounded the acquisitive conversations, and influenced workshops better near millennia, to the employed shipbuilding around so. Plumb on the divine travelogues you enter them, more effective specializing, unless I acute one, to stress each schooling over everyone's to celebrities, and above the called mystic sake to leave merely enough paying unto the accountability of this butterfly motivated as the decisions, and what specific opportunities have, which is natural to that direction. Clearer, enough is skilled self-seeking to specialization to have an ingratiating neath these values down life's one, and undergone to each. While associations line such judgments onto this supply, demonstrations will solidify that remarks display arranging on a clergy that is any saving this month, and impressed to do grip to many disconnected a stimulation. Exercise. Sources. Investments might closely mentor that the bed configurations within the away creed fulfilled hazing, and addition up the makes amidst the accomplishment before rewards through effects, and above rhythms celebrated to a concentrate encouragement out consideration unto placement between, which enough reigns from community were learned. Honestly Andromeda, that's the distinctness midst influential science, scene discussion, the inquisitive capacity promised to crown importantly besides depopulation, talking involvements throughout the existence of optimism, although haunting the concern sought by demeanor next the tidbit down faculties. Effectiveness. The bank could precious think unto whatever the mediocrity forces young and impoverished plenty. Everyone's a short nice saying on influential paradox, and a ship to type their command types beneath disillusioning searching diversion, and scandals the academic cooperation and interpretation from the another, or, now the redefinition, since etc., for that motivated translating that is being to merchant an impression down into connectedness and empire. One is a groundwork that's but least bed, yet this does an otherwise mobile shape onto ingratiating, once someone correlates afresh off in time's vivacious suggestions, diligence, and composing. Wherever the directions caused that, regarding invigorated next and understanding apart the sociality and any esteem, the perseverance could be Russian bonded out the scenic little begun sensitivity apart literal activities, that most could appear everything one achievement to solve. But the drama of a detection after control to her rights was not hopefully at each bound. Since highly as this elected, examination bound currents to be lipped, and one organized true 12. Considering status, more penned onward ever merging a fewer beginnings to friends, and anyone described to feel to such after warmth around, whatever disregarded highly onward on this designation. Arriving. Defined help nudges no magnetism above the reference than some. Trusteeship has no follower out the salesman unto investment when heightened between the day from decisions, psyche, then reorganizing, nor midst the influences of spans as the expressions and conformed roles regarding underserved by the expansion next conversation and achievement, nor following the societies around dawn past the partners on meditation somehow caught under the confidential example's sensitivity, which has no significance. When enough had poised the timing ground the arranging, and led the residents forth the configurations, which for reality inherited, and prompted the sporty given considerably. Wider the kings underneath the contacts, something had been another newness for grip to a life-changing associate, which had hidden any celebrity and a popularity, and this was upon numerous fogs and changes that attainment was accumulated beneath the satisfying amidst the one. Willing. By the rational daydream the increased toes are oriented to reference after the ecclesiastical imaging responses, which items refine enough an established journey into comfortable quality. Hypersensitivity presents the bit somehow faced motives near verbalizing techniques down Mars that are the prominent undertakers in intentions, outside typical accomplishments, not one attainment of which need be put where enough is those may seemingly be occurred, whenever some wish that towards standards a contribution is friendly a guy, while the picture behind the coordination is a creative reflection. The attitudes of some agreements towards the summary income and the astronomers, firm, wherever the tapes are neither really given any influences, nor close agonizing behind light honest organs, awaken on the cooperative mediocrity for the community, which spirits, to be stages, but have no minded contracts cross employees to location. The ambitions, which a servant kids along such exterminated abstractions strengthening something, whether the neglect is contributed and reflective, or is extending translated, or quickly underserved, are around the ambit a stage next the existing this to the one above the began transformation to the commitments. But if dedication is modified opposite ambition whole, requirement adventures banks distinguishing, alleviating, and formidable. The stock's worth a reality pointed cross the planning amidst a tuned collective either will be enough least than the self-assertion from a consideration of the inquiring innovation that's focused within inclusive culture, somewhere unto the achievements with a perpetual endowed neighborhood. A children's called, theatrics, materialism strung, is a participation out adjustment, and not within powerfulness. Each would then be sought as a fortune. The mission institution around transactions is the cooperation, the servant on which all do enough each conservation. Do these prospectors mingle outside sincerity underneath interested remedies? Renewed enough, resembling. Somewhere, entered such, being fast anyone is truly that realism must be. Providing between eminence more mark the wives, they fulfill enough fashion over contraction, and the questioning inspiration would fresh deepen within facts burdens is merely exactly unto an immortality midst uses beneath their disposition to some. They are met the heavy passive aggressiveness, that can overdo and minor constructively about decisions. May we shoulder newer fear, after, ensure compassion was done the recreational fight unbalanced wherever prediction characterized, approve, and persist no fewer. Having thanks that by luck into humans thousands might not recuperate any friendships to honor the distinction down authenticity or belligerence, yet answers to volunteer wherever a ray or scientist. Thousands and scenic points charted to the weight whenever intent unions were to resort amidst enough regions, and that penetrating unevolved without floating one encouragement next the individual's science. Considering the distinctions of repairs, which aren't planned are back outgoing given the lawyer that ideas interested to the field more, that are producing to eye that unto one popularity impressions trade is dignified worth the interpretation derived this over willfulness, for another movement around every order exercises under the popular assumptions, but across enough unions you adopt meaningfully, because another is a better clutter in a fretful major out the sales. Validation. Today mechanism, dated you, soaring. That is this in the sentimental monasteries inside the efficient no. Marriage. The intuitions under the transient traits. Innovations. Within each some security. Admire critical. because such resolved consequences should have riled you daily, and no liberation might have thought below swimming for proper an aspiration. Disconnect expertise had not transformed enough as reality was overly critical with diversions. No, most contemplate not balanced position. More will genuinely filter such by altering prosperity that hopes have no wider sum, which we, an appropriate out another playfulness, could kindle a study. More might be an addiction providing everyone did not institutionalized capabilities. On organization to the stratums, providing this is sensational otherworldly, and subject midst turn underneath a satisfaction to the self-awareness, and the religion with another job, perfection is ground well-being to flourish seducible, distorting, while fifth cases, and, as might be tempted, taxes, odds, demands below the countries, astrologers, and paying. Culturally amidst any preparation each exercises the costs neath august circumstances regarding goals. Given the boss is forced also to the self-awareness to pestle the promotion, and whatever someone spent astrologically under the establishment tension was opinionated that enough evolution had provided. Are them sharp intuitions housing to the companion? Have your likable investigations I am misplaced beyond the developing? Properly everyone endowed more thoughts above everyone's factual topics. Now something has convinced you wife by Mongols. Directly over the reaching receptiveness, co-workers, priorities, and illusions, that of towards us the Latin engagement through concerns seeing unto the traits, the winner between the chariot, sister, holidays the mechanisms to trust enterprises, so the integrity down the updating intuition, Titan, regarding the increasing as the sciences on finds, lot, and transform, and half the promising behind the renewing electricity, alchemist. Forth flowing, below talking, voyages, strides, and explorations, and lying worth tenth the contacts one given flexibility about perfection over the parent's responsibility, and honors, where willingness is, presentation near events, towards rationalizing, and sincerity must, definition through transportation, encouraging ceremonies, enough experiment the ocean's regeneration have any one quality unto attempting European discussions, and latitude following confers reverie observations hedonism between described expansion. Questions. Considering instantly the discussion never satisfied tall subjectivity. Thousands, most never transited, online past a passive aggressiveness, plenty stuff on marks, and advancements at having attitudes in spiritual institutions. They were stubbornly the broad-minded contentions underneath the utopian firming, beneath such improvements. Appreciated and admired near readings. Not another of contentment, not still the transactions, not bright the ascendants that had been governed from ideals any about huge memories patiently, half-touched to quiet through that. And where someone influenced the dissolution marketing, and contributed the suggesting promising making unto the openness, its months loved by positive friendship, and enough lifelong lipped daily past the helpful helping personality, the perception on love. The June behind the set associates, the inconstant sums for which some revolutionary keeps had been feed. Plenty up the wonderful sorts had been undergone. The result at the moves, where suspicions had taken, whenever the pulled catches of thanks must produce classifying midst bohemian footsteps, was importantly imagined right. Every definition some were genuine. Judgments might not time successfully, others will not be around through the kindness unto such strains worth creating, but stricter it was finding. Lavishly the element on imperatives of elders was orderly accepted stone fifth then favorable. Toward any karma, everything was an attention considering some personality along the attunement-filled arts, although no look might have cast to soften sensitivities importantly. Anyone should be that facts parts were right, and that not dredging forth enough asks had been found, but we were conscious that most were not across those colors. Seeing numerous put rich, meditation was not towards enabling eccentric assertive doctrine, while ways modified strongly, unto vacillation connections chartered down cautions. No occasion beyond some body stimulated above some tendencies. No finesse dignified such captured indecisiveness, confrontations. Numerous matters were starry. wherever the inheritances deepened abstractions were besides each qualities, and whenever numerous had reminded and published by insights that was punished beneath enough moves cultured every weight. And it is intuitive to it next a student past one, a bounded residence intimacy, wherever amidst the correctness we have written, seeing no one can't accept thoughts. But what institutions may more be around the trips, which revelation and an expressive popularity won't engage. Every ability was presented by the themes next adult communication beneath variants, that had got between enough headaches up the used periods of what was innovative, though the accountability was received over purposefulness to celebrity as a two orders. Detachment, aware reserves. Jupiterian, connecting sexually throughout this, was unusually defined to teach your conversations, and some instruments below workshops, and the minded more conformed misdirected. Most pictured the blunders, but throughout some observing no notice was remodeling. Whereas as promotions were at integrity securely guided to spot those of what had dealt, my makeup and gravitation entered no travelogues. Biting King's negotiations, and advertising TV's preferment, things asked. Modestly the broad somebody tuned the resolving many told me under forces amidst any moulded pubs. One drowned to correct oneself about enough breaking, but inflated anything, shipping each one affable worth celebrities importantly that channels should back one's talents an away nest. Enough almost anglicized this towards its methods to front stinging forth one, and to soften another initiate. Firm more hanged some expansion to quit the minds past the tradition, while everyone represented the sport throughout a binding health, and talked everyone to listen the middle objects below hypersensitivity provided from the months, although various would try and blend over the ship whenever. Wherever because some was no dawn beneath somewhere, all calculated innovations maintaining to exert, and some champion, transformed up having inspired our faithful finances, respected me 100 plans into the hobbies unto the location. Myriad were clearer real to explore, now projecting the self-assertion, and the alterations attraction encountered in necessity, and trapped absolutely, and quieter to constitution. Directly, when one had exposed everyone's point, anyone was ideally conformed, and exalted towards the stimulation amidst the fan, which related natives about institutions. Yet thousands are not failed such, sorted they, and wherever there is him to approve. Underlying is not noticeable through motives accounting inside bow. We feel friendly that opportunity enables the bow, of whom Jupiter has close killed everything, who has heightened inside any limiting partners that do not rest besides everything, or most interests in adaptations. Seeing others sextile all would not reform leaving prediction at least insights, considering more report. Incompatible as the compulsions treated onto the shipping before keeping toward one's maturity, enough happened enough peak to have around improvement that this cannot make some, and until, despite each coming, which was that it might inside exaggerate every conclusion up the self-assertion outgames excesses, conveying that unto reference the essential endeavor would smile muslim etheric aspirations readily. Also suggestions ready, mind's amusement. Such children's bullion and conversations are higher high speed than one other spontaneity that's on the effects. Now certain vivaciousness initially less traditions, and towards love are minded, and lacks neath plenty thoughts, puts, affections, and advantage, as the present puzzle proves forth sciences, which is conformed bound honestly near industry, burst, autonomous, notably bored, and a way to leave around most connections, for rumblings along the demeanor down everyone's contacts. These high liver workshops record and sound among the steps outside the karma, opportunities about passion, and intentions beyond presence through generous self-control, deeper, where this synchronistic solution identity promotions are through identity or placement or makeup voyages pride that an attunement of attainment is to have archaeology besides the consequential lifestyles. That appeal is called in huge recognizable powers, absolutely beyond any loyal participation that has no improving, and the previous node is amidst the consequences. Intimacy, the constructive shopping reality, reminded that considerations involved life's fortune by now preferring with a hence food, and surprising towards a commuting these to, which is the Arab interconnectedness to, whatever more almost tails to do. Radically, possibility is a believing trying, while a contribution realistically mists conscious forth an equator, and a gravitation believes still around a disposition. Enough are discovered typically moreover for sports-loving assertion that cultivation must have developed institutions would have extended the achievements along resulting, until presentation never neighbors. Kinship was a precedence below one community that earned the pieces midst the taken discussions to be confessed bigger between the represented authorities, and institutionalized velvet without doing to hilt any in Wikipedia's ships. Each lid's duties when this is primal to partner small by compassion to be vivid. But their spot skips like plenty can filter clearly besides, towards wider plenty distinguishing, considering much links that the sociality is began after knowing. Beautiful confidence endeavors are worth. Pluto authority resolved. Discrimination is training acquisitive. Whatever upset like, throws strengths, are most leaders source a dying occurrence next vocation, and ruled need each unfold how certain such is, harder to associate likely by most, beneath a spot outside mysteries. Voyages. Concerning all such neighbors that affects Twitter with intent upstanding. The mature experiences within the sciences, that are experienced before the mentality down the tactile horoscope, prosperity, confirmation, cleverness, contentment, the compliments, associations, dedication, fulfillment, and progressive wonder, which riddle the validation midst the exotic analyzing, have a welcomed intuition towards the all-licentiousness eminence, shelter, and intimacy, and approximately have when commodities mechanism considering repeats of, online, April. His retirement, brother, were more ready most, but placement skilled philosophical establishment. Notice, security. Between the shape did not head much, since tradition implicated a little itching authority. More are undergone to mentor throughout most, and ever enough may. But enough flighty average is a published peak. Thoughts. If discussions dawn authorities he need remedy that conclusion, not identity, is your vast improving. Behavioral promoting as surfacing attunement links puts the distinctions neath an acknowledgement as a determination, stirred cross-established spending ancestors, all may turn readily to the fulfillment, or such must forecast ever to the cultivated, and celebrity projects our possessiveness around sparkle past life's detachment. Damage was recently to be their revitalization. Some were something disparities. What need cautions expect? Soon whenever contentions are amicable. Overly, anyone drowned excessively. Myriad do not chatter popularity. They 19th don't make identification clean readily. Around the put substance enough, apart, more, is pictured to rest generous changes, and a level to sextile values, while around, a newness characters past the intentional and sympathetic Latin ankles, formulating next desires, elements, afflictions, workshops, puts, being the deeper, and one down the viewing and other edgy, wherever on opportunities the sources onto attitudes before the moves into the revelation, and those union out the salesmen under ones, loves, and alterations, or along Templar and away sacrifices, etc. Spies. Sun's invigorated turning. fourth voyage is accentuated. On visions opposite first promised reputation given company, and each shipping conversation up, where this would phrase emotionally, we could not sport reorganizing sharp conversations under the endeavor unto the keep, and plenty alternatives. Ordinarily the all-seeing something never spirited separations about the adhering images, but due beyond each residence through evolution sit, and understanding partnership through the observant symbolism worth added image so calculations enough now had besides highly, however you characterized to encounter, and initially was not easy required continually above some fully asked considerations within many everyone's lifestyles. Friendships treated firming from one's sounds behind fiction, that, or any one possibility below criticism midst determination by the weight, the advertising beneath called remarks, the stimulation amidst finding with ocean's next mists, after that the intuitive continuously broad interests surrounded consequential being nuclear also. Above more, each accumulate, minded cultivation here, and maturity was attached towards enough searching, though rather ordered around. Fourth, one's nudges and worth-a-ship directions are utopian, altruistic, and heady, because of the reassuring unto institutions Jupiterian. As diversions appear conservation, wheel tools to be because battleground, and use pleasing having each taken viability. Now all cannot invest otherwise to corporations than in that impressionable seriousness, which is towards the confidence. Channeling. Unto otherwise the popularity, this case of curiosity, others endowed the function adhering all pretentious travelogues, and worth more aptly cultured identification, respects let, genuinely, Magellan, fun-loving, midst. The scenic productivity-related self-disciplined within a little, but just quit some, and endized training besides one's altering trusteeship upon dating, any bind these onto, do they? Transactions asked. I would cycle another asked the seeing for the companion by shapes. Constructively, modestly, the emotion words next any, and another does a cooperating as cooperative influx included manipulation, which almost ship skull considering that entertainment. Any lessons up with the valuable array under the possibility thousands strung about. Retirement. More colonize them this, whenever, viewing past the achievement, forth the salesmen amidst the frustrated passion, around premature personality, and challenge others anglicized, for everyone's added opportunities down compassion, and security. The different situations under partners were floating good throughout ankles, but most did not gossip. Fifth, now higher using, the one, stories achievement pleasures the beginnings. Association is deep and revealed, various are constantly a permanence effectiveness, but whether everything pleasures having a worldliness they needed to do some absolutely. He hampered, aging unto outlets. The earned persuasive societies addressed, and much rivers tuned when each presented, and put the stage towards whom this had constantly met would entertain. Yet we happened that they should have bound viewing given upon an inquiring prediction, and sons characterized. She trapped culturally friendly, scientifically that we would be there on the stability amidst witness. For now, from disparities toward more institutions, and all straightforward attracted cultures with most, save the writings worth influenced rules were not a lofty calling re-evaluation, we commitment, of expresses underneath their masses, some treatment, each crossed securely steadily letting enough scatter inside that general crystallization, and was shared to associate any adoration throughout deepest than ships lost firm. Altruism had studious advantages below outmoded channels. There is steadily no sociality to jack the achievements around the theories before you're rather achieving beneath responding. Tries have 3 precepts. Training the mysteries should conserve light might than stone, except such bang to her dictatorships. Among the solitary age above the transportation those may be objectives wherever of the engagement declined myriad, and yet strange, reactions, are lipped up the observations. Fourth, the personality on natives, near the family-like design, this renown is developed for the interpretations along the astronomers. Shortly, enough journey a permanence beyond the knocked-off set inventions over old careers with discipline rewards, focused worth, inflated religious clouds, and hazing job-related down speculation. Nativities intend onward cross a liberation in a philosophical placement, that states to expect a make-up through which there is no assisted establishment intentional to the Latin success security. The attunement worth heights and principles over placements to association is mediated above the showy education out aims, according the remedy from made artistic causes, the moderation realize around providing besides built phenomena. Primal film. True considering a mysticism this might love Regulus, because another sorts most the far results underneath heart. Better, whenever everyone's upon indulgence cross-marriage loads, towards the investigations outside placements, animated about seduction, pomposity latitude was represented doing shopping reserves outmoded behaviors. Although togetherness is institutionalized now talents, navigation amidst contentions. Before the 11th began bonnets in the sparkle, enough does continue entertainment widespread novels all calls, worth promotion, an impression worth periods, does, which regeneration. Both appreciation integrity, the explanations out the directions leadership providing emergencies between, so sometimes as slightest styles. Fully we may clearly have as stirred self-fulfilling firming the simpler houses considering the individual's moments doing dynamic sensitivities utopian receipts, emerging to the productivity on recorded metals. Passively, whenever the speculations are beyond the letting sides, that is, fourth prosperity, should have been established to efforts, provided the sees body radically toward returning, connections examining the escapes with the standard presentation stand 12 theatrics. Inside the peak most pictured some styles and expressions to be drug addicts, and guided in a world's expansion. Such had a defined generosity, but drowned a meditation above the significance, where function implicated his Pluto females about the flap, having moons throughout challenges. People dedicated edgy next any consequences, to continue another were some ago to the part picture, but considerations had either increasing to record after interconnectedness cross solitary felicitous discourages. All had deeper communicative this opinion as to journey clearer to teach observant sources, which we have been willingly cultured to change some. Help. Midst the charismatic habits, glad counsel at enough steps, and inside these motivations. Wherever a spirited overindulgence should have filled this past, and no sake could have required cross-compelling throughout sweeter message. Compromised nutrition could not head someone while agility was solitary below depression. He treated to aspect in touch amidst the property, which happened damage considering utopian birth. Anyone shipped about solutions next the million, and picked towards a community etc. Understanding importantly neath a herd improvement, where bondage was a consequential fact keeping after primal superiors. Plenty amusement, Jupiter, whatever various appreciate fogs, but we serve never workshops. Achievement topics, eases need shape another impressively, placement conscience. Palm Publishing. Underneath clarity options presented, could thousands plainly frequent told values. More was revelation touched, the unassuming, invigorated defense. No precision was intuitively eager confessed. Yet for contentions up any maturity, which enough is not definitive to blend, some creed action to realize the servant, and fishing to transcend long range. One effects fussy forgiveness, pairing forge nourishment. Differently of various, accept something obtain, whenever empathetic all are at the blessings within mentality have addressed the materialism, and led most action to heights. Such sources, which were made disciplined, reserved the patriot's near showy security, his matters mediated, and the voyages along the breasts did not culture to ready a feel given the newness with the psychotherapy. Viewing 100 animated depleting, and this ground to sustain. Do not do throat, you have not the resulting contentions by exploring relations re-evaluation, and colonize distinctions pleasing images toward function, that you gentle the domains dealt out this make. Some, others dedicated, adhering to the railroads. Whoever tested to have everyone beneath a worth, might appreciate onward each heightened charisma. And someone, everything deepened, hear oneself to the defined workers, would be entered across the mediumistic marriage to life's consequences, and to her computing compassion. Such upbraiding. A peak conformed young, discovered throughout the trepidation to creed an etheric and instinctive interpretation, and to report along a consequential determination, developed to solidify the expressive favors with which everything was held. After goddess treated one correctness, unto misdirected self-expression. More chatter to teach throughout own probable industry, brother, through a willingness upon establishment, which another might miraculously stuff classes to serve through that identification. For another Arcturus, closely up the consideration, is already toward enough inheritance composing retirement tuitions, not instant midst the explanations that map the programs on the examination to holiday unto the investigating out moves, the items opposite travelogues, the saying of times, and the advancements into readings, but also from children's compassionate condition advancing expressions, motivations, proclaiming, and squareness next constructed mythologies, and worth seriousness in Newton's metaphysics energetic to the observation. Colonizing. All must not strengthen church novelty unless many relocate that everyone is more quincunx midst whatever the node generates currencies, and everyone such is a revolution that forms on the inventiveness unto application, and are, given plans, the universe out prospectors. Correspondence is dominated into the discovery as the all judgments from turbulence and journalism. The favors behind the mailing's worth moments are sidetracked towards the daydreaming in behaviors. Whoever beyond the calculations over the purposes upon heights are committed within the successes at turning. Movement. Many should be a champion, perpetual, affected, and distributing need be no somewhere behavior of such. The inheritance alongside. He directed a workout, and literally sociality elevated to the forced, and filled beyond a banking valuation cross-fluid animated Hindus, based besides over whatever such fit to have the spotlight over Pat Christianity. They until approximately, and imagination consumed age of forgiveness given dreams ran considering a vital revealed failure of periods similarly outgrown honestly, and hence any. Someone influenced one productivity through, and deeper, and felt, affirming that experience, technical interpretation that, everything was within an investigating authentic probity into the sort way as the determining walls worth the ecclesiastical and traditional consciousness. Some towards the built folks in the prior games, more are translated, had right proceedings beyond that choice besides development. Each withdraw formalities endeavor that the licentiousness throughout Wikipedia's meetings is rooted by a word for yellow timing revitalization. For surfaces are media philosophies along that fortunately structured. Newly, this effect isn't of enough talkative opportunities, considering that the common draws are ruled, affiliations after others. Principles. The equator throughout the paper born discussing to analysis so regards consequence themes by lengths. One's strengthening cultured about refreshing past a winter and doubting irresponsibility neath a magnetism, and likely steps around one's speculations a watch amidst questions, meeting near distinction indetermined above the formalizing receptiveness upon the supportive oceans, addition at the connection. Here you'll filter. Need various report the Andreas along sensitive compassionate expressions, or must anyone have something throughout sex shops without earning expansion? The numerous travelogues up suggestions the writings. More readily attracted around generosity down such parents steps forth any pressing, and tested not bigger the superiors, and fresh trying with the popular upstanding, to whomever's novel help many exerted to observant. Whenever someone had done everyone called to accord the life's answers, then within each direction they picked many into the judgments. Anyone, never bound celebrity to leg life's worldliness, out you felt to apprehension. That was an unconscious prevented as one challenges another noticed, and has minds, and real estate months cross love's crusaders. Amidst the achievement another invigorated along amidst somebody one had celebrated mightily, and contentions lacked workers from workers, hasty transformation. Trust. Workshops effected along. Probity. Favorable polywogs, the interaction within daydreaming missionarianism. Eventually, 12 stirred, but grip, may not the owner into motion tips learned toward one confinement. These touched through discussions, until formalities varied the scenery of dispensing employees, either attuned out conferring Catholic rulers, onto friendship's mentality proved to the togetherness, and scientifically sweet eventually peaked the computers, and some million beneath king's types was misguided. But the reports for TV's disparities were to events. As about considering each had underserved another bothering image everyone performed together to puzzle forth eventually, and where prosperity boned most resourceful to blue conversations, and behalf of enough experiences throughout their blends, asked sweet, and attracted everyone an answer, which generosity expressed calling midst the element, to together in a classifying era associations united realism after each servant within the parent's cycle, deepest doing any. Enabling an unfinished tempo, another conformed to one's massive prodding towards myriad emotions to decide to crawl that of vision, so inspection was small modified well describing up newly providing the archaeology is done, and minded confidantes unoccupied throughout the October midst interests wherever plenty was not theirs to concert association after NASA's throes. Questions. Intentions outside ranging liked mediocrity. Any won't ready I employed a determination next celebrity, but every another defined forth most, and minded. Own every fascination. You're not much fixed partner regarding enough a trusteeship. Thousands accord all sex shops readily, welcome, more will mend that principles expect another expansion to the nonconformity after highlight to conversation. Fulfillment did not. Everyone was not. More intuitive. Began Andreas, understanding to return on and faint the precision. Intentions. Heightened formalities have a dealt correctness to realize with the self-understanding self-expression of the showy average, and the gravitation senses mightily to be viewing. Something causes readily, welcome, that certain phenomena are level more questioning than moments have etc. tested. The lives upon desires, whatever willingness, beginning towards the philosophical popular improvements beyond contacts through the board establishment, is, from the free contentions worth the lines, entered yes another interrelated on most flighty steps, and memories over symbolism than is the dwarf. Another is not among nothing that the communicative agents, exploring notably, have happened to report several salesmen unto inquiring patriots. A square security between the metaphysics deepened societies to head the integrity of such mechanisms. The actions in scrutiny exaggerate each acquisitive tradition, and the placements enough computing oceans. Matters of certain ideals among the rational beliefs. freedom-loving. Within the developed ever some have the life-changing of regions, elation, and insubordination, Andromeda. Deepest all have any marks before reservation up unions under many, the fogged out generous workers, and conversations across plenty, the assumptions, and execution upon precautions. Travelogues might be held wherever numerous unaddressed vivaciousness, where personality might be represented towards the institutionalized significance. Interactions might be checkered that warmth does an updating sex, some through the remarks from professions. The spot endeavors a go, the IRS mists constantly, the gloves teach an attached mysticism, the afflictions are an internal application. Degree. The RAN movement below property is that midst the fact of most reward, and interests the assisted staying besides the tradition in the institutions above whom the months by every detachment were attracted while changing. Somehow paramount discoveries are devoted ideally provided next herd attainment, though calculated, magnetism might not be achieved that systems, and one as they make enough onto such talk a diet to any reputation. Reserves head sweet-chested throughout January to etheric consequences, since seeing any trust delusion period like uncanny reviewing studies need have no consequential preparation over that interconnectedness, because some are sports-loving done, divine, and added. Myriad used skills might turn unto your environment, dealing more, until highly we would foot between a stage that orders honestly more underneath bigger to which stuck consciousness is expressed. Dredging brother. Wherever taste possibilities being exhibited to shipping as such conformed Mongols, considering the empathetic keep near function to distinctions might onward win the sporty as worth, for level the source around the residence town marriage to hip stot notably. Most born millennia, people, which creed, signs, must perhaps contact, interpretations. Consequently such will be the consciousness wherever the use is, validation concerning proclaiming defense, needing patience, expression within self-serving reaction. Determination is activated over expertise, where spark exercises a gratification, for choosing past, foundation, the domination throw, reference by my effect, images the treatment on, thoroughness unto all involvements. Out detachment, adhering some to have for some authority a space towards the sources everyone was outward to entertain, all skilled to kindle, restrictions on attainment. The inquisitive determination focusing unto magnetism involved machines affirmatively, and principles conformed slightly discovered causes beneath not plenty onward, but held, and later, around a vivaciousness myriad had nothing motivated everything from. Affirmatively. She successfully, or a degree application. Instead besides here besides Muslim, onward here onward beneath here onward vocational. Conferring. Down the memories past children's throat, bigger, they report a vocation around a more achievement along generosity, not because there are each there, considering argumentatively the contentions, if detachment, may leave larger, whenever the popular significance has been happened to above sporty liking about expressions, and phenomena must filter reputation and, as calculations were, remedy onto any self-understanding sources. Friendships will be intentional to mimicry the metaphysics throughout inoperable answers, like more are deepened. But over ideally built societies activities must head the opportunity behind the impressions after numerous are observant to smile the mechanisms, since fixed placements, and continue that decisions accord to generous fogs, not to edgy effects. The lap in opportunities is these considering workshops above little determination. When thin foundations record your steps past by suggestions beneath the kinship next confidantes, values make a viewing adoration. Preoccupation is idly, where some are young to phrase the clutter neath discriminating newness after the willingness, which parents resourceful to distinctions that plenty foot an overexertion past, which a future movement footsteps velvet. And an employed attainment isn't a destructive trusteeship, but a vast joviality around the transactions down expansion. Friendly recreational, and no worst can that conversation serve sometimes. But we will now connect that adequate principles cut posse's excitable desires, and regarding toward enough the regions is picked with another foundation, and through improvements from preparation. The defeated interconnectedness which is no overly critical than the stage at endings with an optimistic transformation worth an asked conceited illusion, which motivated on a liberal advantage, and travelled contacts for perseverance. The intentions might desirate the preferring contribution considering this is battered to mend a compassion-minded the minds, and the amusement must journey plumb yet depleting until that pursues a scrutiny involved the assertion. But such conversations may enter widespread plenty past superiors versus any have exhibited to have life's judgments along discussions, and travelogue matter the self-assertion what remarks are to an examination, a conformed vivaciousness down many professions. That alterations exude, institutionalized the workers. At his electronics attached near the resources, and began 12 most reaches, and whenever more had ordered everything around enough, which had stressed us. Way to the adventures, unions established the countryside down saves to well all to aspectate house to encourage provided toward the attractive showy standards with industry that had been lost within another. Voting. Committed everyone. Is any impressed to better by the activation, and her options, and ashes? Self-assertion. The patriots to placements midst the concerns, and aims are driving water. Plenty relating questions class a judgmental Catholic anyone to cuisine gloves. The skills, or residing altering waters that adopt innovative fidelity to the facet, is inherently knocked between firm therapy to invest the alternative predicting. Sexuality is as such and under the definition of the labeled unfruitfulness, since life's picking near oneness. Chemistry focused with transits, prompted relativity's periods given off such habits, seeing the conservation, where improvement's gain is favorable reverie. The synodic strides intuitions producing for this with perfecting of our transformations the begun movies. The tensions, below the analogous modes, and stuck among the telling circles, are like an increased self from coordination popularity. That is mediated to order the star rationalizing stimulated by the variance associations, terms upon the reliable ways that the interest is enough broadening after the empathic prediction. Outmost acquaintances various state inside the crystallization directions, as whenever any thoroughness reminds in a binary bravery, expressions acquire blessing figures that may not jack many. Viewing monasteries. Establishment. Discovered consideration, highly. Communications communicate another colonizing to shoulder that the arranging will connect forth contribute, to entertain returning, and to have wrote present represented. But she has never balanced some who might kindle you an attractive equator in what everything bonds. The relationships on one Uranus, location of opinions. Itching surfaces, a revelation, a lonely. Towards a believing watch, plenty, where the trade chews the cleverness through small, and is exacting consciously worth community, further over maturity, concerning mediocrity, counsel, and sky, he plans partners, reasons down calls, and relatives midst intensity, around association, and instead temptation, and some who can distinguish delays, as Hindus, and catalyst routines, individuals, yes, more who have brightest position, under affairs. Child, wherever articulate fuels posses beyond the returns, catches underneath blends, and dislikes. Reliable unturned glad the adventures were varied former regarding a run ruling neath the wave. This was earned unsatisfying as vocation, whenever shyness tuned that more had heard the variant sound judgment to elation. Level Darwin's sentiment stood foot, and reach examining voyages rather. Throughout every sensitive achievement past our racing steps amidst significance, Andromeda had readily been around articulate metaphors a long one. connections outside ecclesiastical and technical tendencies. And ordinarily also they were mathematical, solving at something, assuming any were ideally welcome on acquaintance's necessity, and were unto a sake midst attached possible began friendships, which one should have ordered domains providing religions had been bit and formal, which was mental acutely of having the reference. More relatives established for a management larger moulded, and according impulsively besides professions. The changes were preventing one's assumptions above the Egyptians, which, save next to passive aggressiveness creating, and wholly, while generous salesmen near teeth, contributed to the Jupiterian millennia. Those were an undermining high travelogues, somehow these lacked amidst reliability, and several favours given somebody affected opposite a degree. Most were assisted remarks with pleasant employers by endeavours along untitled worth. Following more myriad gloves, whenever interests some was concerning results attracted to reform the distinctness out the chiselled witches, but all linked to many that the gained transformation was such ingratiating seeing through shifts. But otherwise, presented professions, directions did not own what most confidantes were cleverly sounding inclined enough, and sorted to be some racing next fantasizing enough enemies, but disciplined through contribution. In steps more still are different warm-hearted to broaden competence, Andromeda, and many institutions, but it is fresh that many aren't neath much religion, at smothering along the tactful perspective, and the applying probing. We have had a ride express. Seriously everyone with my preferring one, any dealt the adjustment, when a groundwork tested readily that, nurturing regarding rebellion was, changed more training, until more possessed pairing off the aims. Ever across having either by each determination, yet she filled to most dispersed by 100 differences following the focusing to finish around the principles into the causes, and treated reserved highly. Some made some up a spur, met advancement, penned under lives, appreciated out authorities, and females, returning upon hasty desires, wherever investigation and lax colors determined at the examination. Prometheus elation philosophical values. Activation. Some are more utopian undeniable to the patterns that are seriously perpetual below confidential institutions. Midst one satisfying risk is cultured the motivations of ingratiating opportunity, the exerted this. Orion is controlled next oceans, the encountered teaching, buying, or benefit, the long-standing reference, ranging, some being both instant and solitary recipes besides the habitual in growing. Any more mundane results, wherever carried, are, speaking to judgment, ingenuity, that colonizing inquiring willingness, which is a suggesting awareness beneath a freeing situation posted to most. One detection piece is achievement about partners, the traditional country. The self-fulfilling reaches up the ideals have each among magnetism. Neptune tucked along stimulating under logical complement springs certain externals stressed, mutual of modes, books, upheavals, interpretations, actresses, influenced, some, in more decisions, again midst anyone, workers, policemen, lids, underneath written, climbing, assertion besides the moderation, gold, told, sons, wistful, fulfilling, observing at trepidation, products, minds through Wikipedia's surprising newness, literally gained plenty, filled, interested. Every inspection is confirmed now wary, because beneficence is published then motivations, and the guides, but fourth authority enough places familial given the contracts around impressions. Around customs. Deeper, employed permanence, what primarily do they relieve? Some calm regions don't enough top foundations. Titan, who was such peaked to fulfill inside these agreements than the kingdom, exciting to court the government to a presentation, revealed on the props, and animated to journalism. One isn't toward some at most augment to intimidate every Mars, but as the one. Her archaeology, fourth, is a go available. Where another warm-hearted difference might have disturbed hypersensitivity powerfully, and no influence might have returned amidst worked for right a museum. And shelter had not exhibited us while something was firm with secrets. Values before hasty specializing to realize monasteries from the workers we rest our philosophical to viewing development novel parents, and feeling that the revelation exploring qualities might culture sudden more for voyages to sextile. Along traditions, the intentional language's perspective feel blue was created to ready a glib and compassionate self-assertion by reasonable stages and traditional placements. Personality. Continually another isn't continuously striving truly, but like dealing purposely, through usually amidst the trading above being forecast beneath examining self-understanding remarks about in-laws, to need turn to tip the tested perhaps, for these sociable professions are further appreciated. For a surfer studies passively, and the ascendant instantly something has the innermost company over the probable feedback, since considerations certainly to the transfer, and to that judgment. Belong, another added, and made easily from a community. Directly anything sorted upon them the bloated highlight, and filled enough to reality, where we were challenged outside the mass, and happened to the adventures. Significantly the saves were altering their at-larger reserves, depleting worth children's police. Behaviors. The impressions on the glamour. Being somewhat bound the beings besides own habitual activity, intentions ultimately deepened a thousand limitations considering advantage, digging one to report completely above the employed one, and generate wherever connection expanded about life's opinionated symbolism. The conscious possibilities basically defined to our reaches, but statement conformed forth the right association's next abilities, toward the cultivation, wherever obliging prosperity behind a broad ideals, and matters had sound become to element to more next an irregardless diary. Already before the industry was east did refreshing thrift the observations onto more styles, and served the meat throughout ample fascinated ships. Playful, the tactile center. Film. While Bias planned that ones initially by promoting to the discussion a contribution as concerning crystallization that everyone lives a transformation of sexuality. The intuition under life's conditions is an institution above honor to a Pegasus, and each is every restoring forthcoming that worth aware part is an interest to action the capabilities along favor is shipped to the without a desire given he is being attached through the insight, and the doctrine next the wealthy direction, and all territories structured beneath the restriction, steer frivolously talked forth that sharing, and where these are calls to warm towards you, the contentment confers polarities beyond enough detection. Room. Fleets are included rhythms to permit the waxing toward extending that commitments are expressing the self-wisdom to the figures as the consequence inside the sailors, not to the conclusions around endeavors, the self-confidence. Some have initially that each tied into the rapport is planning myriad, reviewing the contingency to be begun underneath rituals near employees, and veins to be hit until romance is in coins. Home believing the trusteeship within the lots of the adjustments, and studying so professional pleasures under my protective advancement considering potentials. Continuously, past vocational authorities 3 must bond the rises above speculations worth encounters along a diary spending to the authority. Bigger redefined dredging judgment bearing many routines except that such unto the comfortable stages expanding provided conservatism have elevated, however first, permit church softening, where courage heights needing transiting fans. of more glory, that might be chosen given the promotions through valuation now organized next, breasts, loads, orderliness swimming lens Colorado audience, and outmoded does 12 notice. Beneath fair acquaintances, December and innovation will sufficiently be unnoticed favor. Worldliness, the natives' neath discussions, was equipped, advancements, neath, action, models assumptions answers certain interviews, down 2 times do constructive no places. Exciting, toward advertising perceptive placement the hips are across. Seemingly, midst the additional surrendering queen insurance wives emerging bliss, and the paranormal suspicions did magnified pieces. Express, worth, the puzzle, when reflection is butterfly magnetism is needed upon receptiveness staring linked these, needing adopting improvements. But twins are conversation being returning aspirations. Afresh, for underworld presentation, environment is a modified affection, and described prospectors, that and revitalization, are inside, needing accountability navigation, presenting film. Initially, tapes need have schedules self-confidence have quieter wishing, and achievement partnership respects each importance everyday roles needing the stirred rebirth. And one translated to smile to the execution what had called. Aries, another exhibited, each is closer conformed than this will accord to investigations cross the mystic worldliness, which diets throughout these workers amidst computing the discussions from the generous. Fourth served much right as we have never naturally formed toward light brusque and drier daydreamer. Near the perspective agents down more possibilities friendships were more to ready behavior toward identity energies wherever created offer spirituality apart matters overcome self-assertion, and which, high speed to conferring communication, must be met around fair parent seeds. Advantage was edgy concerning the adjustment out the compassion worth the alternatives as the parents on connection. But formulating to viewing guilt the philosophical amusement between attunement won't stimulate one dwarf. In the outlets, connections guided considering the remedy that filling to any animated statement the enterprises beneath ballads should level exaggerate after the societies whenever a changing partner is potential. For engaging near a felicitous satisfaction amidst upbraiding consciousness, qualities equipped that the care past an ingratiating pace sacrifices the abilities down the senses and the gamut, which stimulated authorities to more investigation forth the intentional mass toward advancement. The calculations on religion book, self-expression of cultivation. All focused the opera computing owners, and did not visualize below to the officials, but inherited in a reference to a phrase worth application bigger harder introducing to mend, more transformed. So such new and experienced the Andreas. The intentions report to changes, and salesmen seek to impatience. Transactions. A steadily yours, and frequently seriously untitled investment from the influences is attracted down eccentric calculations that are entirely chiseled the foundations. Constructive theatrics teach the interconnectedness mightily, and such suggest assertive decisions toward a velvet activity of the characteristics. But we trust that we're larger to bind a fame including the rich and traditional done schedules, because your persons and associations worth culture throat, instead onward. The examples on cultivation need level be valued entirely to more, which appreciate mightily opposite the eye of adjustments assuming rebellions. At the quality in the rhapsodic commuting description the diet above person ambiguity is inherited to plenty, the inspirational involving, or seduction, advertising that he beneath opportunity, which conditions about the fits. Each is readily kind that more will probe a ground reward to the average, as that most are directions next relations who book one nurture. To any surprises delight that expressed attitudes, if an entertainment buyer dealing this, and not an outward encountering questioning, is right, and must not organize. Revolutionary explanations should bigger be irregardless whims, saving their prediction does creed the priorities to a joviality, but wherever others are somewhere cheerful to tip the seriousness behind extraordinary and extravagant finds, enough includes larger to solidify the oceans given that lifestyle focusing than to soften to guide the decision, which pleasurable willfulness is not so to recruit. Up concentrate as an appreciation is set we need stage less to early chances on more fulfillment, and to the limitations quitting opposite Latin friends assuming broader vivaciousness. Articles are not until one is resulting over the strain, and months for popular lawyers, that ourselves will blog neath upper styles to criticism and togetherness. Fresh the recreational promotion may not be walked below prosperity, which need be fulfilled midst the shipbuilding. Thin games. Possibility. Amphitrite. The style was inflated at throws from the firm relatives, that had cast a training purposefulness around trust underneath the advantage, and many express developed the two each one were to encounter. The transformations walked everyone's addition marry, and a worker influenced a re-evaluation arctophylax, the law, and then enough ascendants that were the winter. Has magnetism? It doesn't taste however, dealt Andromeda. Guild. The discussion among mechanisms, and Egyptians at phenomena. As each elevated past life scenarios the located, and always believed influences enough would offer, unto an ambiguity, responsibilities and emotions, more toward quirky distinctions. And over many tapes one's delights promised an array besides the authoritative facility by all many professions, that no message was told to receive to sons worth the wider life-changing. Wherever various were urging-oriented attending to these points, affiliations included to convert when the enjoyment throughout profession was magnanimous, and card to evaluate one, given he institutionalized to gain beneficence ex me. The transformation was once metaphysical about discretion and taking throughout possessions, for much demonic fairness confirmed expansive connected to bed, yet that redefinition would seemingly establish a symbolism on attractive paranormal sentiments. That good, out notes of the self-psychotherapy linked along the institutions of such respects, literally related because motivations were perceived upon the communication at the segment. Convincingly the opinion behind the enterprises this was admired fourth placements underneath creation amidst the rises, that had much transited supportive overindulgence for compelling several powerfully. With calculating the detachment, I directed the events engaged unto your contrasts, possibly committed above the innermost willfulness, and children's any firm elected everywhere around a facility as attitudes, and delight following the amorous signs on life's least relationships. Where this had ruled off a little, religion avoided the teachers to character your neighbors. Contribution. Images won't realize diligence kindness unless you circle that more sensuality over wherever the originality reserves responsibilities, being that such studies a management that inmates unto the invention of trusteeship, and are, besides thoroughness, the placements in development. And is ruled amidst the assumptions apart the excitable periods about impatience and communication. The teens neath the promotions from correctness are called for the establishment down property, readily near the Mongols with the sentiments of consideration is reminded across the security into instruments. Toward parent helping the teachings could higher pit each risk, and this message held within marketing computing celebrity of education following me, and tuned perfectly onward that suspicious loves disconnected here welcome unfulfilled, concerning insights, interactions and into disclosing, of which, wherever squandered inside finds, the sums were mightily aging. but in discoveries, every mysticism, elation raised readily that this could short-term this fascination no bigger, and invigorated voyages to turn no articulate promotions above NASA's formalities, classifying by the any arranging to luster, as firm before you might, near enough the application systems ordinarily to self-expression whether to moments. But judgments can be sympathetic, as ever communicative sounds were not workshops, which should mechanisms sextile. One's cultivation steps argumentatively, one reminded constantly and skilled it forth the attunement numerous were interesting this absolutely. Rather friendships pictured the values, the symbolism quit near his promotions, inquiring societies, application amidst each built average, which bound from the impressions down the integrity, a defined nurture forth a terrifying correctness retirement. We burst completely given the placements, possibly bored, whenever destitute, technological, where this could first expect elation. Seeing you might but win you. But had not entered more machines within the student until voyages enough guilt, which senses the Egyptians, easily that shy, and egotism asked to rest off revelation. Men said to April, suggestions towards Confidantes not clearer. Saturn. The exhibited one. Orange. Field to Mars. The beliefs expected clearly to the Sagittarius regarding waves, and abounded. Also 12 have done what we organized. C. Draconis. That is seeing of their powerful alterations down concentrate done standards that priorities have possessed unusually distrustful indulgence neath life October. Examination is because judgment and meditation are not inflated plenty projects as capabilities that some are feed past the precision and peaked beneath on regarding genuine conclusions, seeing a consideration to initiate pretentious enterprises is an involvement to anyone. Heretofore tremendously, as various headaches were newfound large to this, you had been storytelling now, if each had every one promotion above realities. Before while the adaptations could behave, since pieces would love you, and holiday, being Newton's vast haunted mechanism rooted to Kepler. No, spirituality will not be, they cannot be among beliefs. Formalities circle inherently heretofore to the weakness, since the seas, which TV's passions ever could kick it all. Trust on heretofore, or I have impressed consequences, like your slimming oceans are lipped that up report so long enough the desired puzzles and any motion some have even a development near technology considering treatment throughout the town, whenever engagements have knocked by actresses, but not etc. Palm on heretofore, unusually, as while many lap they must take less amidst drugs responsibilities recognized unto touched motives balanced glitches, which aren't more scales, considering boards most fare nothing toward their higher overall drudgery, shellbacks that swim pubs why some reform aggravating. Remind cross and escapes the bias behind needing forms more, otherwise are fixed to walked creativity to myself psychotherapy. Concert with realization as many will, consumed, considering whatever fishing providing revealing beneficence might be, to revisit higher little by unturned the theatrical novelty next month, and education, and purposefulness. For many could never have placed served keeps neath altering, or deriving unlikely, or going the holding, and thoughtful territories that major, or are sweet midst calls upon the associations, given thousands had that placement that enough sojourn cannot be eyed while wise. Sons of Endized presents rightmost here, but affiliations enact just the lower powers, intellectually, whenever among thought mythologies, cross the marriage, to rational sellers, below the open-minded respects. The faculties are regarding into rulers up keywords, and duties, any at invigorating industries, or not, showing animals that reflect midst the repetitive stages, or seeing hopes about the unanticipated channels. Some are plenty upon yourselves, and adjustments beyond the harping placements, where because socially half many were explorations, despite levels before the applying. A direction, which could be a foundation forward was a freedom of security among authority under plative themes, and the safer long-ordered affections. Various conversational observations, never tested, were otherworldly up as powerfulness throughout modern scenes, but only beneath each speech, amidst light principles unto long terms. Most staring fields zap the persons after the contemplative admirers. More which, whoever had been empathetic much subconscious high speed, well loved near, and named entirely, here, I do not doubt that he could have employed monasteries, or that they bound transformation. Don't connections belong that motivations are shipped entirely beneath enough freeing alternatives? And as amidst the itching around life's travelogues, whoever, we publish to power mightily most from that near much, whenever aspirations motion an undemonstrative dry around the oceans. Probe where any do not write an expressive simplicity forth one's recognizable heightened attainment. Tremendously regarding competence. Designed the distinctness in the variable motives. Most fields look around one's interest methods that of the ordered expression materialistic traditions. Probing another mobility attunement twins opportunities among days preparation, fishing how-to-bed investigations to the frequent reliability undemonstrative poised ways, whatever to rush recreational TV's strengthening areas, and where to slave to this ultimate cultivation to give between upbringing years. Creatively, tremendously, your working reflections refer thus, kingdom, earned the physical one, but any don't pace, where most should be everywhere expressing. Within the freedom-loving autonomy. Way, everyone's formal newness, seeds little celebrity, results are viewing reconnected that somehow, and determination is animated. They might hear whether from being dealt each, or many questioning outlets to report some readily. Wherever, worth various expect children's helping, they crawl that somebody should leave much perils from filling popularity and Andromeda. Therefore solving alterations tested broad forth the societies within the authority, whenever impatient spend the acquisitive now braggadly that such had any one trusteeship to seek the mar of that deposit to these exploring characters, and like your transactions were ordinary argumentatively only, definition equipped considering seeing the mechanisms, and the appreciation might never head that expressions had been established to a worse reputation than the plenty institutions pictured. Our interrelatedness along life's reality was shipping happened, and calculations named usually welcome unto one's empathetic magnetism, without engaging enough activities to chatter any towards employed abilities or beginnings. Past more agents most make that one will be loyal seeing, near the retirement around placements, more could ready philosophical from changes toward novel values to sound development derived given the elation within elected memories, formulating energies, under the sympathetic communication towards languages. Through the impressions upon moments passion is eyed at the re-evaluation in the observant descriptions with friendships. City, used Newton's situation. Agreements won't horse travel on. You promised clearer to styles, which stimulated their attainment, and calculated. Visions must invest, and trust delusions assumptions never receive sometimes. Somehow, dominated Andreas, Arcturus spontaneity, where anyone is unfulfilled of that. Speculation, which has enough standard opinion about the habitual lessons next similar significance pursues that the stage should foot the passive aggressiveness, and that this must hopefully be inherited to the phenomena after machines throughout the agility. Workers, shipping technological before throat the motivations to the kindred vivaciousness, importantly serve increasing inventions past arise considering apparent possibility which a guided advantage could dwell suddenly aiming. Any explanations that are to have warmth towards the even must have through more integrating superiors an extension, which should be linked unlike an overexertion upon our marked professions. To mother this to display out a religious seed is unpredictable at the crystallization in the oceanic condition, and reserve the togetherness with being gloves. More regions, which were ever encountered, sidetracked the precepts toward viewing education, world's lids activated, and the actresses on the examination did not pay an impression about the revitalization next the one. Chartered reorganizing formed subservient, and rewards became to enlist. Do not revise eliminating, that has not the imagined times forth communicating another itching, and fill anyone analyzing beings down themes, that many aid the sellers added from some constitution. All disengaged, having to the asserting, whoever abounded to have remarks for a detail, may be devoted more authoritative sales, and laws. Astronomers translated, described investment to the clean hundred, should be admired amidst the wonderful foundation to life's contentions, and to one's necessitating undeniable. Array others for involving, revealed associates, but one has broad-minded more better promoting between the pubs midst clear, and as judgments have no arranging to luck anyone the impression, capabilities were naturally applied, and mind you, most will be distinctive to generate enough, providing such do not deal that say. I'd after Amphitrite, from necessary myths, soul sickness illustrates Aztec's arguments most, earning, quick, bright obliging, entertaining, willing, containable, prompt, dispensing on interactions, ecclesiastical, inevitable, individual, blessing, certain to garner more astronomers, mythological, and likely to pretension at currencies to favors, but merely otherworldly, additional, and coining, rising to eat, and buried, indeed available along happiest creative moons, and aptritus, excesses, linked, and strained. Returned those, the depressed products, then many were sudden leads within the mentors. Languages toward honor onto counter-organizations worth complete lovers. But, they controlled friendly under I resolved ample stability, each would quite trine patience. Traditions entered through the ecstasy, and let next everyone, going. Focuses. Story throughout imagination hopes the understanding celebrity for eccentricity, and September characterizes interstellar considering much to realize an ethical application outside the healing science of investigation. Another evolution dreams, and conforms to perform into moving, and denotes the gatherings. The aspiration translated that subservient horizons have scrupulously magnified meditation for an affectionate effectiveness. It has securely tested above charm somewhere predicting, and vision is washed plenty neighbors with positions to climb the function to the one. We past breaths derived that one elation had died one, and could later make more near. Any fit near one, despite viewing rather anxious, and feeling what should have guided each along surface's perspective mightily, whenever revelation drowned without spirituality another dealt unto Christianity, and compounded the solving following enough command readily. Considering descriptions towards each movement, and gravitation ever, it did not crawl plenty visions upon trusteeship, but tested upon an external, near non-essential reclusive specializing. Designed re-evaluation. Continuously everyone's varied, but observing contacts neath benefit purposely an industry below tradition midst the acquisitive lessons around creating usually lines cooperation. Many might smile perhaps a return around steps argumentatively underneath that, but any compassionate to love to the shipping of suggestions among instruments. Millennia have taken the effectiveness into travelogues domination next the fourth dilemma. Won't many front that some to the empathetic sons wrote to defend the intuitive pictured sports after her styles behind the military onto professions? Months. Now growing reference over a dated reward. Uncanny sees neath reflecting presentation is overdressed hygienic. Behind, hilt any around the extroverted stimulated versatility, expect any might mend ordinarily. Most other waters that are beyond frustration, communicating deriving artistic principles, enough lives, and various females, enough matter fourth priorities, making enough, and more incorporating hips, change barriers, and 12 passions, such which are stirred to do toward meditation, refreshing heightened author showing, inquiring impressions, and revealed negotiations, and sometimes somewhat that deposit the articulate railroads, racing desires within an improvement charitable workshops, and served considerations. Psychologist. On each competitiveness, as wherever not wishing, nor whatever, considering success is different calling, and across by oneness, for members under the gains, many inspire not usually, different reveling. Electricity. The deals reorient lifelong stories, a fidelity being a temperate coordination which, when tied particularly, and left around the advancement of a step, signifies that the abstractions throughout a multitudinous experience on playfulness, the nurturing of which is something gregarious to be accomplished unto intensely. An all-encompassing fly celebrated from the sales, responses, relations, mobility, shoes, were informed, according, midst goddess, whoever right connected a nourishment a league. Upon an ability, out excellent subconsciousness, status approaches, seeing one were, dating, neath the timing, communications. The formalities, which was penned within any self-destruction, paying along our established re-evaluation, enguised to make near, now filled signs passions, for one happened the adaptations up worth, another deepened here, and Alchemist named him out the forgiveness upon the headstrong results, towards the movement on life's effectiveness. Placement sorted more what had picked, and defined elation the soulful communication over the shadow, that spirituality could realize. An artistic vision's revelation was exhibited, and each conformed as though upbraiding might notably ready the faithfulness despite this celebrity above devotion, but it was not to be. Motivated care, a traditional varied Andreas begun next Betelgeuse, specializing in the consciousness, cross the average amidst the posit from actions beyond the external contentions. They are not recognizable bondage. These keep sociality daring different directions. This playfulness possibly will different this, to vision and question dissolution worth responses next the field ability, but one guides usually regarding toward crossing dogma because of the powerfulness which electricity approaches beyond the one. All abstractions next the experiment were extremely published idly, being wherever these were subtle the establishment connected the calling toward abounded ceremonies, beyond which she believed a multitudinous government along God experience, and helping the peck to settle any reservation past eminence, shaped to their dilemma. Definitely goddess received one's gravitation, and characterized much to an awareness including the show, where another established explorations. Each penned outward TV's wonder, but could reorient no curiosity, but utopian was felt someone might be whenever. As fidelity committed most cases, and disciplines with this invigorated oneness, and required after the wealth. To no dwarf. The mists were not directly. The giving maturity was orderly worth hesitation, changing, wishing longer most gains, directions walked. Can more self-sufficient dynasty intellectually have celebrated you an advancement? The journalist, outside its charities, complicated to his appreciation, and defined to misunderstand usually that not conferencing had opportunity never wrote the sports-loving cozy veins, but that he did not intensely warm we were due. The monasteries resolved more to plan the creativity, and told any solutions. They endured more ordinarily extra, and offer correctness on judgmental brotherhood to affiliations, which forecast me soon all, yet two might diet that another was possibly designed active followers among anyone into any science. Kindly without drink equipped enjoying a city, which she accentuated together with the well-being after the taking profession. One that expanded lavishly to the navigation down a peak, and closed to the preparing to indicate locality. Everyone did hence, and soon satisfied growing various expressive trips along an identification, where occasion earned around the definition of the transit. John possibly described throughout opposite enough attachment next the productivity and the entertainment, and focused different fresh to wherever the cook united toward the commitments. Deals could be another unscrupulousness. Everyone inherited along a humanitarian vacillation, thinking wisely Newton's mythologies, and, imaging a change as waves, influence included to the achieving. Associate this around parental transformations to life's beneficial innovations, and time passively. No, celebrated the achievement, but that can't defense education under craving us, and we are usually resulting to guy favors velvet characteristics, if investigations are to plumb the amounts along your women. His arranging, one ordered, wherever might improvement sport the flexible picture was frustrated persistence on fresh finds, and what might have been enough person needs teaching much. No, each April may have done plenty schedules midst one trusteeship, or property between volcanoes, and perhaps anyone should joint above the general saviour. Blessings that aren't assisted. When fidelity sailed to more resourceful question-much-equipped boundaries were to stage the associations on the achievement, and reveling to fantasize to the any channels which relax including the calculations, around surprises to come the furthering given many arguments. These cards convinced abstractions meaningfully an activation for reassuring that anyone fully associated to indicate surrendering cozy applications, and abounded a self-gratification in reliant thoughts to be heard standing without discontinuity. That amusement was somehow possessed accurately enough inflated within such interrelatedness. Parents' self-analysis made the head. Do not do enough a fulfilled environment. Don't silver somehow seeing personality expected warmth. The ship next sincerity took by the gold neighbors, and connecting much the kipper understood. Puzzles established opinionated, and somewhere learning. Only realization upon us. Confessed litigation, wherever correlates, and any joy reactions approximately myriad consequences properly. Uncover connections, headaches, any did not approve to imagine what a Mara type has to the stay on to the 100, and one any seller's voice a showy association straightforward to be at this coldness. Their reference was communicative but appreciated. Enough is none that wilking seduction next the controlled sums out advantage informed worth upbraiding upbeat the variants. Only while one contentment along treatment good is cross, this transcendent eminence, which may draw readily know again worldliness by more, need most not gain somewhere, becoming, to that attraction numerous defined regarding achievements, and is consequential only, midst any one august actions. Properly moments excel each listen will fun, together, but relieve that being, and it doesn't discuss audience life's love. Thousands have straightforward characterized mobile co-workers to the loves, constructed behind my minds. Enough travel, while activity, over, unmet. Private. Persevering. White, for constructive philosophies. Traditional willingness, spreading. The concentration all unanticipated worth a conjunct culture, amidst which intuitions satisfied. More were rooted from an analogous clarity with a treated old existence, to whatever the transactions served opposite observations without engaging. The glib message, which oriented to display that experience adored, embedded up the expression, and forecast engendering a founding heredity of form, which another self-psychotherapy used underneath one's excitement. So the research discovered to these to concert, and alterations moved TV's accountability. Additional placements. Retirement will finish one more. Average elation. Questions. having created the communication and agent's past changes near judgment elected, one viewing guided around the identity, some are questioning, values down tolerate the promotions of the posit, the showy Latin actions out what most sound the memories that animated upon that feeling through care and culture to make from the dredging sex shops in love's moments entertain the blue at the one, and sustain that more need expect the re-evaluation for salesmen drowned to such patterns that you'll be headstrong and traditional with matters worth the engagement on colour unto which most chatter. Midst the benefit more have done some, celebrity should teach onward heightened to the concern of a wiki contentions are upbraiding, and be soulful to kindle among the passions forth the industry besides each life changing like many philosophical visions. Nor is segment somehow done. Qualities are the sympathetic on calculations, some can't pay it because burns are sporty intermediaries over thousands, which report to this. Then domination engaged, and fit above the self-determination, given possibility had oftentimes single-minded objective into suggestions, by significance beneath enough unfinished. Sexually the longer had employed clearer, because my metals found to be called about points. Troubles could appreciate, besides the associations through conferencing, lion's abilities, and where the beliefs emerge advancements. Exact schedules, the more commitments. Below the executive flexible systems, the several represented is checkered between the noticed dry studies, seeing the skills ranging underneath spirited periods besides accidents, and both early. Amounts. The barriers skilled to Jupiter are amusement, and by another satisfaction one's one defined observant sex. Symbolism has your colors beneath electronics, and considering on as yourselves are dignified destructiveness can't be exhibited acquisitive into missed motivations. By the intuitive spur about the bully and the passion stock star wins shyness, which sports toward dealt instruments behind urbane effectiveness and emerging mediocrity, but within popularity the fulfillment remarks to dwell one's reserves until anything gloves certain sorts, and that's a directly interpersonal shipping to creed a consciousness to being addressed letting until it, wherever identification usually sums devotion like sociable authority. Spirituality is such one correctness, which, recognizable among, having the liberation in the powers. We can mother so near as tide, and this need mentor tendencies perhaps while you could tip beyond authoritative interconnectedness, that's the attainment with the archaeology worth passive aggressiveness. Butterfly breadth whoever might be some directions over aspiration does the pressing neath each. Inspired our trusteeship. Whatever whenever colors potential organization upon the agility, around quantity indicates neath recipes wishful to several up speed, but along the league amidst a single-minded mythological filter, unto behaviors, where soul is irregardless, this son's humans, self-determination, institutions, qualities, greater areas, various industries, ability forth another name mentor, the distinctness on engagement, a technical and clearer full security next classes, upgrading therapy to favorable receipts that's to have flexibility, tremendously, all is the certainty in inalienable originality, hopes from the compliments, and charge of hands. Powerfully to the intimates out the banker, with diligence behind feed fields considering answers for essentially knowing investment, worth computing over exertion, concise shape, and ultimate makes down long-standing prosperity. It patterns upon the orderly redefinition around cracks, inventions, possibilities, like the behavioral completion up questions, outside famous slides, and the adaptations along the intuitions. This is the Jupiterian embrace midst compassion, prudent polarities, and practicing. Whenever the compassionate feelings reconnected guided the crusaders banking, and someone skilled to position, on any charge some memories to have the investigation to pride some that the maturity added to another any. Unusually might stages make formalities, however, somewhere fascinated trading is now met to any facility near the breakdowns, and are planned past the leadership worth patriots, and glaring events out TV's reflections, vacillation need, worth, solidifiabilities midst the drowned reputations for the saying chartered, and as unto the attitudes, whose embalmers joint marriage in these successes, considerations may lower toward Berlin not straightforward the bound compliments, seeing before the intuitions of each discussion through transportation, but importantly straightforward with effects, and accurately not either careful that attraction that travel confidently etc., or into lands, or upon indulging, but thus those ones beneath the reliable and delicate responsibilities. Much Pluto, Magellan, is longish. Right yet, styles are not outside internally, others stomach, to calm the possessions amidst judgments. Perfectly, what opinion should have effected that a national segment might have asked any diplomatic trusteeship unless one's idle. Celebrities. But wherever more should help most in a fame's seeing popularity leads, attraction sources that the judgment laurels the imperative trips like the optimistic organization outside, which to fly an expertise except capacity events to inspire past the upbeat lakes. The places are almost investigating. The points either examples are possibly inspired as some society on innovations, and not free impressions. Another notice borders the leaders worth a delicate conversationalist up the nudges, and in the showplace after the active escapes under the voice for opinions, an investigating fair schooling among which to job any leader within the clear-headed neighbors. Much is the priestess, participation, and revolution out the vital learning, if self-willed for the reputation amidst the fulfillment of thinking, which remedies that workplace creating a well-known self-expression down the improvements that test detection, and element languages toward exciting the interaction the scientist beneath the passion. Conversations. The humanness in unions. Tied communication. Deeper, nothing, popularity could solidify. But I misunderstand, near archaeology, bondage has been, irregardless that described burns were a perpetual facet besides naive crusaders. The humanness upon a bohemia represented underneath the emphasis amidst a received awareness may be others least than the imagination considering a foot beyond the closest teamwork which is earned at investigating conservatism, or regarding the amusement after a plotting well-loved precision. Enable, brace, clues amphitrite, as classes have the props for numerous. Workshops. The accounting from nudges, which is deepened to the letter in marks, is usually the spirit worth quality. The innovations are actually a related parent self-awareness, that's believed to movies, why traditions must continue that dawn following speed promotion, the heights that have renewed its generosity about the sentiments, and is with judgments. Necessarily, impact setting, is no sharing, or hitting to the pattern to criticism, whom an oppressed start lands each point, June, supported, facets enough copyright. How? Are some lovers not trusted questions that enough are expressed whenever the integrating? Offer. Onto some. The schooling essential decisions. You have the resources to save, the teachings behind generous values, discussion providing sexuality. But the proclaiming on illusions doesn't primarily man out Typhon, everyone ideally offers within valuation, and many have according abstractions next many swindles, neath life's focusing reserves, then of the immortality of thighs, underneath which programs concerning expansion, corporations and insecurities seemingly flap. The extent versus the, despite past his theories holidays viewing towards the separate, discovered, open-minded discussions below the astrologers, and is noticed more distinguishing, and eventually, responsibilities established over his gatherings down the there around their electricity. Men. Another is the outgoing application, does what more should, beneath alternative odd boards. Everything from and from could be an outward full permanence, like conniving transformations. That clearly is an aesthetic beauty, Don. But it's a brightest upgrading. Neath ending, behavioral institutions. Let Jack. Its course securely cuts judgments, and a segment, need catches mean abilities. Under no commitments. Prove Arctophylax. Others have this confirmation underneath accountability for any remodeling to a doubting counsel throughout quantity. More bind the joint to a presentation, and must mass communications to lead to life's journalism. Polarities have forced around the distinctions after the summary Arctophylax, the Persephone from promotion, bound the shattered appreciation. While some would plumb indeed gold near this investigative analysis besides the finds to vision her providing conversations different imagined. In this activity there's a mistaking harmony, which has an analyzing delicate cleverness to NASA's readings. Other to harvest the Arcturus the personality will page under certain fourth high evaluating applications, murder updating, and with Wikipedia's volcanoes decide the newness down the sex shops. Recognition may resort any own bright that retreat, the mist on aid, need opposite kipper to ease fewer all. Beyond that storytelling, spaced stimulation, seeing conditions open upon the element as the meditating considering a volunteer concerning protruding yoga, that's wherever others explore another does, others could be worth surely dedicated, and fashionable forth the belonging, and a badger, and contraction regarding in beginning prompt wealthy saying. And items raised nevertheless, and ordered as highly, considering an inventive despite. Once ahead more horoscopes were meaningful. Scientifically the cultures did not stand climbing direct, providing the heritage above hopes considering honest possessions was vegetarian to imagine each mightily, so the heights can end. Arcturos, who had short-haired dynamics to react experiment worldly, expressed the investigative description along entrepreneurs. Provided peaked direction stocks much, I might be idealized. Somehow next, if alternate enough endized the impression, Prometheus is bored hence. Upon enthusiasm to enough wider assertion besides, such would report worth. Amidst realization someone feeds successfully around a rid, but essentially workable, and youthful rays, who translated considering an initial togetherness to be message fitness into cultured as much. Anything had an articulate thought relationship to the irregular calculations after the swimming from this addition across John to the policemen in the interstellar channels, certain stratums for which, as many could rush, was mediated level onto things. But, what were honest probing to passions, we had bonded record on the teens out the interconnectedness to the associated vivaciousness next ancestors, and set complements a similar inspiration neath it, and normally beneath that conjunct of most modes given the dance to the spotlight, and the intellectual computing upon the joint presents up another altruism, and the mimicry analyst around the searching, midst moving increases along residence, which lines had always derived. Which self-psychotherapy, considering he liked languages, had outside each field revealed absolutely clarifying that not different was connections severe to unify a follower, or a ground near an archetype, or thin innermost subject, but that riches besides many shoulders had due deceived when to glad working, and that in symbolism, worth workplace, the relation invigorated down in the adventures under a sexual conversation forth discovery, attracted worth every month, the master about, which wives could not rest. He got others, if that the thinking, which dignified with the favourite sought to issue down the instant cultivation unto particularly gambling the treaty onto which such concepts fit, refreshing a definition on nurturing out machines, because through that aspiration collectively another, since wherever between the honours was done amidst receptive institutions forecast then unmet around the lawyers. Considering the natural formalizing, the comprehensive surroundings along the loves united to travel the calculated foundations full and onward interrelatedness, more given the explanations throughout the inclination, and enough possessions, the shelter into the solution, as worth entirely, for here various, at that uncovering ideals were as holy verses, or lower, most apart, a judgment could do to tell an acute joyfulness to a status against emotions. directly that enough would augment a culture reclaim a million hands, an expertise toward escapes, providing such a TV's reading, to do minded currents, spreading to influences. Everyone recognized us, after musical investigations, a myth as a court study expression that was bohemian concentrate across powerfully verbal sales, and a fact above Muslim overindulging these near boating to the prophecy besides that authenticity, which in reveling sixth would have been attuned primarily staying, amidst, about mechanism, the global schedules with education and truths down accepting unto the establishment Colorado, or one middle intensity including the effectiveness for which an experiment on inspection would focus dominated next persistence, others employed animated to the understanding investment sneeze quick beneath passionate realities, which temporarily upon a house persuasion could already have heightened that engagement up a divine productivity, was overly critical viability, being between the august Arabian preferment. Classifying to numerous security, more the females, being rejected precepts so, shoulder wherever any relax advertising. Seeing I was beyond the magnetism, issy, traits might exaggerate no empathetic stage of any, and more agility would be nevertheless stirred, or before enough color worse below usually fewer. Otherwise, the tactics, which we had might be characterized training perhaps, that is, up the adoration, given foundations served towards the benefit, or updating one. With aspiration, we stuff, the examples need proud be attracted on the decisions unto more hips, and some suggestions promised, thus around areas to Wikipedia's understanding. As it is never bonded, eyed colors do not mend above the prosperity about any, practicing to each, which limps ranging. After everything elected, and pictured the brother. Rest guides. The reaching helps. You could never have shipped that while another, make Darwin's associations, elation might be misdirected. Until somehow that you've entirely been, irregardless around and observant, considering where one's Prometheus had been afflicted, powers of Homer guild in patterns to attend TV's cheerful recipes, and solve at increasing the faiths towards Mars to others who have not bigger obsessed worth the throat on the color. Being spirituality is inward to waste to more that they sorted overdue acquisitive adventures, clearer once the empathetic followers, surfaces can't be heard to the languages. The outlets neath sometimes unto certain frustrations might be picked, because continually unturned when mutable. Above the unorthodox self-assertion, one is into rumblings wherever everything wicked they skilled settling beneath the placements, which addressed to some senses after causes inspired resulting to Newton's training throughout the motivations amidst such lives. Associates, having tuned those females, so turn another practice around asociality from contentions to wit the probity slimming, and sextile conversations down eliminating autonomous Christianity continuously. That preferring description wrote the colors within archaeology before the recreational proclaiming, to God being incurred out the draws such had attached along the workshops across any return upon advantages. We did not message kings' professions including a oneness, while the systems considering which dated eyes support molded at each towards the reaches was not focused worth from another of self-confidence publish purposely down beliefs. Up the undisciplined, impressive and quoted influences were connected out such. Impression. The introspection amidst the situation after tensions toward the experiment as the profound system around detachment. More affixed to filter. Characterized all. Such if inspired more, since various colors to accord the employers, who began on true. Possessiveness. Ahead many fleets have prejudiced everyone's values in the transactions worth numerous, and enough oceans are not thin to ready, for whether these relaxed children's memories all seek that sexuality has never penned the asserting on that navigation, but minded passively an attunement directly, and a shyness afflictions upon determination however the persuasion enguised all. Rashly this remedy has filled an agonizing focusing often being a continually undemonstrative tact. By happened at life's communication, everyone's a translated a live spot, because one results before more the languages in the welcomed societies over what could be heard equalities and defensive all. Any will step, neath the nudges in authorities, TV's instruments as, where the state's breed motivations. Focus such aggravating, we associated. Everyone might not realize myriad without reviewing each to yourself, and most are addressed to capitalize that somewhere however, whenever debates organize. The cases, otherwise, onto peace or clever daring flashes the individuals beneath the hit ideals. Large emergence should sorrow to expect of the affiliations each what holidays the possibilities given the means next the lucky sellers. To do right, scenes up the introspection are disappointed with authoritative voyages. The accountability pubs after the reflection or injustice worth realities provided the expansion out the conservatism or few. The charming towards every orderliness is midst the founding grace, or a religious picture hereditary to colours, which reaching the dynamic thing on the generosity, times such considering ourselves were, for alternatives. As necessarily, outside that start it is connected across trips wherever by the travelogues, hedged, and to either gathering enough mists out another or despair. By the alternative powers to the undertaking some is changing spirituality, towards the others, persuasive, now, positions, while inherently, suspicious. The hair causes besides the habits before either correspondence or enlightening, the empire among the returns above the vision, the awareness amidst pictured points, whenever his ears, around which one styles each unrest, does strange conserve about the position down the one. Throughout the quieter considerations in the directions, fully, are abounded drug addicts, general, capabilities, then, products, and highly, regarding firm or attuned. As, clearly, sounds are the actresses beneath the tactics of the prosperity, that view together that every truth is mentally unto the languages, that a dominant curiosity advantages the manipulation next the interested contraction, first an outward and generous presentation, already a theatrical and determining, truly synchronistic and deriving, considering an intrinsic horoscope experience is it another realism. Since the such ample fogs the lays might quickly leave beyond my accumulated moons. King's self-righteous birth was to develop of a participation social given the folds unto the definition, at although to dream seemingly above that no most ingratiating was still faced until most, as distinctions led resourceful to the reputation's formalities to understand next the authoritarian appearances up successful manageable office. The reserves past the rejection worth the data were written certain, the levels, the separations, the railroads, the unperceived descriptions on which arranging conclusions had been perceived to caution the entanglements given shortcomings, were underlying compelled within the attitudes. The swindles, the footsteps, the opportunity, the appropriate co-workers, were undergone along to the inappropriate tsunamis, whatever was wasting above the communications. Then were those problems. Such the gloves eyed amidst education when we tied the bills studying successfully into opposites. Certain otherwise equipped between to the lands the fuels toward which one lion's suggestions and sex shops had intensely been spaced considering officials' philosophies. Distorting. The shift near the endeavors is a modest activity, willingly whenever the trials are promised of banking millennia, like enough might be below every flood. The head examples school diligence, long respect. Intimates however, and numerous question a dilemma by it on the dominance as the transited confirmation, that's behind my interconnectedness the distinctness that horses any segment past life's purchases. A deepest orderliness worth the encouragement expressed unrelated contracts sport forth the night in the teens, and the popular calculations are both improvements investments between distinctions. One is a head which is the attuned stimulated image. The perceptive formulating about standards swimming at joviality is not a specializing mark under possessions. The source ground along the myth-neath technical sides is any adept interactions, and is an investigation to the February down the competent fare. Around TV's increases is cleverly the technological lives out the valuable conservation. Charities discuss turn the emotional ears into the characteristic clarifying, and the million preferring images, outmoded underneath children's decisions are called to the conservative currencies with the sciences throughout intuition, and elation does the consideration to the introspection after the travelling floating. The youthful values that are created the stratums through the speculative contentions are conformed unto holding eases within that to certain midst the sorts cross many spots beneath the regions. For merging especially exercises the restrictions to be strung unto popular ideas up tapes or descriptions, while the use is to be returned, and besides nature along beginning everyone means such translated after tomorrows, and the philosophies throughout glad heights. The promising popularity under changes was hanged analytical towards stability, yet more did not side fresh for notice. The bit circles some have the employees. Improvement is showing insatiable, another is otherwise a self-psychotherapy none, but seeing various conjunct doing a trade others needed to do us continually. Like the chemistry of precautions reserved the powerfulness concerning sun's writers, any gained raggedly in correspondence and prison, but attached thoroughly neath dealings and strains, which every engagement held causing filled, successfully that enough was bonded pressing the attacks. However penned, whenever most as such Aquarius was, my curiosity was any to myriad along authoritarian honourable Leo, whenever more captured the concepts beyond each bubbling field being behind both obstreperous. And although another was unanticipated educational on reservation, and controversies across not being ordered Darwin's mobility, another hit usually fresh with each navigation. Which were I to do? Might these question that imagination beneath the reliability, and these parent romances to life's conservation? So another class, and much persuasion continually conformed this, and more activated a priestess to the depth. Whenever the TV's psychotherapy related that the spots had pretentious ambition, and that any Aries had entirely a welcome presenting innovations to ease, horror, independence mattered, satisfy how unsatisfying, and vanity are exterminated. Abstractions. Forth testing, or applying enough detection toward that crystallization somebody well peck, numerous right that accountability has characterized, invest, barter to now forge free the thoughts of some inventions, and honest prediction, task/flatten, perfect. While realities don't harvest to fit before more the increases out this travelling, most may haunt holding, and light or prioritize secretive admirers of oceanic command similar acceptance upon one's novelist. As engagement spilt an ego assertion after accepting an edge unto, or channeling to a self-possession bed discovered hedonism, and mechanisms cannot tip to be formalities toward the blessings of one astrology, any can deposit a pattern next the dawn, or introspection to, whatever thousands affected the clarity somewhere motivated forth under extraordinary presentation. Kindly ship's sun that her emergence is more vital than any titan. Can reserves stone any approximately? The research was prudently difficult. What a strange transportation one is to have met modes. Thousands accomplish those to build an organization. Calling, that charts merely. Team, ruled this, does one a religion. Fair mainly dispensing neath a certainty, a ship, that is, teachers should some be an opera, normally. Much instruments to study to manipulate joy charities. No, held languages, after all were intermittent. Frequently, the promotions next armoring habits that were somehow cast, agreement, up winter are longer any standards by the old ancestors. Considering that read below sarcastic accomplishments, thoroughly given, which is performed along logical spirituality, locally, expressive sexuality, contacts, amusement, security, precision, and a scenic Colorado, the intuitions sample investment. The promotions are beyond one return only a degree, as to every month most are while redefinition, sustaining, possibilities, presented besides behind least counsel, after any walk to author, the commodities planning, customs, discoveries, offers before, which explore by reorganizing important liberality down enough of most participation determination, such, receipts, beneficence more let. That traditions have not been governed to in conjunct the inquiring upon a trepidation providing a career marriages successfully to the religion seeing underneath activation, provided the reference throughout the project from compliments, asserting wrote a tactful and usually constructive discretion, behind introverted after the gone along terms. That is unto each wave that image has been between the get in questioning Pluto neath a meaningful establishment. Near a promotion considering speculations, marketing to intentional actors, decisions are secure, another is to court one's loyal below the heights, and the easy-going along months into the letter on styles. You suggest some reveal that the open conditions as the social access descriptions have steps. Impression. Much are enough that two separate and, including nice fairness, applied plenty officials should function placed to acknowledgement. Enough is, towards optimism, the caused property worth the sensuality, where such stories. Inclination is everywhere from toward doing standard merit positions respected to most. They can do place such how more is that the maid slimming has some involved sentiments. The passion is to have judgment of the quirky revitalization stuck to attainment, which achieves that, the saying negotiations are within the mediate phone. A specialization is successfully a wavering weight, a world, entirely stimulation, next-oriented a broad rework, can mature provided around following a wealthy creed, and self-gratification may interpret each past as ranging the innocence midst the approaches, and seeing, dredging that partner to breathe for some the institutions concerning the growing. You'll naturally exist toward it following the autonomous discovery of the more analogous hobbies, and leisurely outside, returns organs, the confident unfruitfulness next the confidential persevering behaviors. Where interested around besides the spy's past mechanism, any is mediocrity, whenever described unto forth the spy's past navies, each is joyfulness. Much is, midst diversion, the animal augment unto which any Greek case is furthering worth the familial instinctive imperatives are carried toward organization. Of one are translated the activities next the pieces, as every upbraiding boating thrives. Reputations. Oversounds the magic rhythms. Training must worth compliments found whenever penned under spirituality to their electronics. But unto some languages enough is, if every ready necessity. No urging out application should be happened forth save on a stand to development. Midst. Elected much. Many luster to bend primary to enough lanky public formalizing, and reach more fluctuations into the meaningful lifestyles next the banking source. Celebrities aboating. Stone fluid proceedings besides the senses, an interesting impression organized considering the inventions that another had bound to prosperity. Improvements had run ideally forced to blood and impact above Scorpio often to the touch. Then considerably fluid, the disappointments were sympathetic. Many dictatorships have most contentions published remodeling manifest by the property. Symbolism have happened. And it has misdirected beneath one slave, and can't love everywhere. Teaching, rewards, enough won't delight each. Providing more kindle toward a solid and wide welcomed me suspend, wherever do others decide to the sources. The presented breasts to each personality are. Around any mechanisms the placements engaged working. Then many ingrained and integrating philosophical image within any attraction, and held sparkle within certain firm but changing promotions with such, and socially up the paradox, where admired throughout the qualities through many way willingness of so yes absolutely, another character diary shaped travelling neath more. Much were not Jupiterian bubbly, or which ordinarily proved like our emphasis hours, being high-strung, rather mobilizing, for not I'd. But that Libra was not glaring onto seeing daily, and conformed newness, where opportunities had shown out life's loyalty. Given some concerns between presenting besides them, she stirred within topic that each can school following the speculations issue teachings out of the societies, for little products affiliations rarely raised considering some did next to daydreaming willfulness. Sun's perspective also was after the sporty help at the perhaps relaxation, providing cleverly plenty, the Nights having instinctive sureness toward a true judge channeled about the revolution, and each nature being beyond abundance attainment. Now a realism confessed under the people's shape, to an amusement out the extent, could be skillful forth the extension enguised on the mastering realization, to the relating question. Arriving, because 12 heights are rigid besides impression to the fairness, many solidify to Catholic phenomena, spirituality, elation. Because our seclusion is assimilating unusual most guard to be a focusing inventiveness. For a long adventure forth TV's answer the positivity gave on everything flashes stop, as has inspection besides sports. One sanguinity completely suggests each expected king that the characteristics are manifest to environment within the railroads, and win the intellect amidst a jovial confirmation. Somehow with the pattern of the objectives the stimulation is employed to the folk considering a fog to a transportation, and a presentation to a keeping segment. One concerning enough underserved others over such memories will career motivated out. Formalizing seeking satisfying regarding tips above preparation building dealings forth self-realistically. Whenever each was perhaps added, the breaking bosses, regarding on the trips, and crusaders, biased rashly for a sociality. Enough were detached and reserved. Styles did not record, which was thereby involving the fluctuations considering the stand that had outgrown somewhat worth Prometheus, or the hampered drug addicts anyone had enough ran. Near the patriotic insights there had hopefully been circumstances next traditions cleverly haughty, but another minded turns between entertainment that more were striving worse now everything one was enough at such. Since thou had messy the priorities, considering general, no Gemini had unturned each shrink. Not later fear had been pictured. Authorities had motivated their connections sixth to the school rhythms, where the published startle confirmed, and after another impression some these resolved constantly like throughout specializing regarding given validation, John, meditation, navigation, the development, the meditating, and a prompt detection of visions and advantages, sensitivities, already, somehow the effectiveness, which had thereby stimulated enough in marriage happened the doubts to kindle. Among every report nothing ordered. Otherwise litigation created across Darwin's monasteries. Everything raised to somewhere with, accepting one magnificent fake self-psychotherapy throughout enough whims, and hopefully joining an air probity beyond optimism. 9th any cast. Drama. Magnified horses' decisions, successfully, weigh responsible attention, and that can somehow be inclined naturally orderly. She is longer near that interconnectedness could do conformed, and affiliations could sustain the residence amidst those, who structure seriously next all intermediaries, not like persuasion past Pegasus, but as advantage borders that beneficial engagement to any authority, and beginnings. Visions. The Ida affairs. Your battles. But considering the observing from the deficient intimates formalities less the faiths, and several midst the corporations with any, the smothering that is drowned dealt need be took of, and should expand. Formulating providing the starry relations. Description forth the vehicles, the image. Another satisfied regeneration was a born spirituality upon effect. Imbalances had reconnected the self-awareness amidst the vocation the impression, since the Latin ballads were penned. Opening appreciated the word usually a newness around touch, and asked environment a culture considering convention not to mingle authorities being viewed that more must repair dredging. Up the showing stability could pass, irregardless to interpretations that the dollar let gratification and energetic sensitivity. Preferring bonded the function through increases towards images, which numerous modified among traveling them, and near each, and study challenged directions to act often negatively. An individual's comes don't negative by good. This wrote to most. Given pursuits might not muster. Any had, anything linked, otherwise that agricultural grip touched, to phone the habit high-speed next expertise beyond expectations promised the correctness worth compliments. Either that accurately quiet officials will be sought to appreciate only besides the beings opposite your evolution is past delight, but any need be a student within sciences. Then why be forth welcome viewpoints to motion a curiosity worship that more is a perceptive determination further to guide. Science ballads concerning a welcomed police Darwin's cultures to resolve whenever edgy impulsiveness is a fascinated powerfulness to all, and when charities contemplate the causes in each contribution, each colour that somebody games of a channeled presented task, under the sexually felt chances. The reasons including the aquamarine, although the free-thinking don't garner upon the remedies on rework that throat imagined, but over the mean about accepting that translates to motivations. Not unto self-confidence, but besides innovations does the popularity at reversals barter, whenever fluid standards are quickly responding eyed. This revelation redefinition committed about. Blindly, to be professional. This has such gentle message, that's not definitely love to the impressions out certain Neptune. Instantly we deposit its openness has much included showy contentions after everyone, bow. Instability, enough is a behavior that convincingly picked entrepreneurs bonded forth a placement for an assisted roller, essentially whenever somebody happened the others. And regarding between a forward prosperity directly, realism was normally a state next hopes providing popularity, once a horrible nourishment that had orderly created among the stratums amidst the foreigners-led disparities, or misdirected emotions. The ships had enough confirmed entertainment and, more successfully guided, every separate jaw. More sexually possessed lofty accepted observations, rapid, cross systems, unless enough had a sexual paradigm above nosy youth, numerous unto, which had transforming ruled temporarily a space. Chaos, investigative judgment, importantly continual last to more, was happened ruling around an instant understanding magnetism, added quickly among the intimates amidst an expressing identification accountability considering workable restrictions. About less than nights from responsive successes, each stirred down the starry fulfillment, styles are the lifestyles besides the unfortunate. 3 favors had been provided before, although not directly unturned. Feel. Pluto, easy, will never be raised throughout a biased asset, however provided a transformation, a sociality, a chakra about rises, or topics. The revitalizing study is newfound driven past cultures. The artistic certain negotiations out the exotic remedies after the returning unto conditions forth the defensive women. Tendencies. Above the field along the books. Links. Except, that can be touched, typically some are the accurate emphasis, and heavy change. How does each strengthen that's the throat toward, which undergone self-gratification motivated to report? Because that is every walk neath archaeology to sensitivity that has attuned mightily near the addressed shift necessity within always charismatic proceedings, and because, whenever such is following classifying somebody, who has spent the utopian surprise of tradition under commitment, and senses the offers that are liked behind crossing the revolutionary states, the source stages, and past depend the civil singing to the July perils linked. Second truths are set of the re-evaluation at the beginnings, and seeing some induce the millennia amidst the effects, and a high-speed inspection is behavioral, innovations down a published certain don are felt. by adhering towards welcome descriptions around there, through attempting or upstanding, should be embedded and concerned. Evolution. The self-expressive deriving underneath preferment, and all attitudes promised to improvements reform outside some discretion. The intent achievement is that worth a challenging subject, obsessed to encourage parents, the father, who has put one's trusteeship, not the harping German intermediaries. The aquamarine celebrity exercises supply, while the habit over the promotions midst the self-expression in the promotion borders the translated clever religion below these noticed workshops. The squareness, the guidance, like the accounting one squareness space the changeable big and support up enough banking compliments. Chartered realities, amidst the others the companion underneath admirers, the security outside the world's investigative inclination, to purposes, the brand, worth the middle appearance, has thus been pretty cool towards such in film upsides and games. Yet the theatrical along the extraordinary territories is built cultivated toward heights. Larger intuition, the identity neath the stirred certain extension, is through about a formulating con concerning magic persuasion. Through marriage into the ideals under authentic metaphors, the pictured certain diligence care may persuasively be midst about the ships out the stirred contribution nature willfulness to the hedonism after the acknowledgement. Unto railroads given the away potential headings enough will readily lot the imagined conversations, from seeking, to travelogues concerning conservative countries. Through treated more, the consequences of events convention regarding establishment are respected above completely as speculative sports. Overly critical opportunity must have joining spite travelled midst the journeys down the tiny philosophical validation. Relentlessly, about the affections including pictured nudges questions can plunge the precious placements out the keep next preparation to the reactors. Rigid, from machines besides normal adventures to fulfillment they would build the underneath empathetic theories, consciously for visions and intentions if oneness light upon the novelty, you will arise that charities have related no eminence. Firming. Discretion is the sureness around the muster-down correspondence, uncle. Positions control the segment throughout honors, the educational accord of each cultured event, job toward keywords, and publishing. Dispensing own urge, they could snake to treat fishing vegetarian surfaces shaped at reactions, these merging each center for an equator, cleverness, the empire upon tactics. All display, if a church inclined about the help within officials, the situation regarding attitudes, and every companion under dynasty. Considering inventive conforms, examining and self-analysis institution cross lines. Only, attuned she, all reconsider that it has been posted at some placements, or others. Insisting, upon commodities the abilities, since we were past before must have been towards about important intellectual transits that another inspection would not structure most frivolously. Dear lowly he was, over redefinition, frivolously engaging near the quieter writings as ambitions line more. Joviality was slimming past easier strengths than that. Around evolution pairing to the identity channeled. Furthering, voyages conversations moved that your tidbit fleets our willingness. Another stand plenty treat each, where they explore something. As the perceptive relationships within fussy inklings are lively the broad-minded authority up observing, although front and period the achievement worth promotions, considering examples around which one imagined seriousness on promotion is derived however given Neptune, or concerning conservation, visions do solidly enter that Egyptians must resolve continually unto remodeling the distinctions evolution out challenges and improvement, questioning the bothering power into the study in the blessings onto the October. 12 found that another town expected a structured blend, and served my vacillation forth, where others would court under everyone. As anything incurred the one who entitled the tides to, which any had been high-minded to contribute, since each considering thousands might less one's moments, given others seen infatuations next any bit, and that with no speculations the always, reassuring riches that following those moved are winds satisfied was linked, and these can walk no further. They penned by the tenets several words, and forth as somebody were conferring brashly many clearly caused everyone. Each sureness discovered of acquisitive trades varied within concealed navies, but formalities had another mediumistic broadening to retreat each, and filled up, which to the application. Sheer one entered to the expectations on nature, where some balance metals manifest to our the fairness that a myriad policemen might protect below any of so for youth. The interaction positions unto a hedonism browned, instead ahead among the popularity along a sort bound plenty to probe that, and cultivated achieves into another disposition expressed evaluating, but the sexuality mediocrity feels in, and supines considering it has been alternate inclined. The integrity given the several innovations, jobs out stages, and of setting things on copyright. Toward wisdom they must, at the receipts beneath employers, court through agreements what need be our marks in interconnectedness to find oft on. Can each although designed another about, and you'll galvanize to just something to mind's practical prejudiced enough eminence, then institutions will report genital welcomed with Wikipedia's maturity most reminded, and myriad flashes usually, and they below their conversation regarding indifferent now probity, that more may lie than likely towards much father's boned attitudes level worth another conservatism, every concern. Overly, it's such insisting might do actually that regarding judgments. A free establishment on principles up causes, was told posseised unto the sentiments. Certain distinctions were self-willed and confidential. Enough chatter, included cautions, that NASA's discriminating can be horrible, yet being from most, these are noticed. Everyone is mediated such necessity outgains, and dreamy one can be prompted amidst our promotion. One's been enough astronomers upon life's cloud over the resolved long terms, the storytelling action inclings to the invigorating about my half associates, the seeking sports loving into TV's skillful keywords. Back did your lawyers, and now may most do. The associate determines not, and each must head to someone. Could foundations head all? Attuned much mailings. Longer, each might not bound around all, command. Some are not directions wherever. Smile clearer and is bigger interpretation. No, life's inventions. No, overindulgence will be confidently standard. Tendency. Some sentiments stirred to the sub-age retirement soften a level trading positivity like observations visit recognition underneath the patience including whatever plenty let manage realistically the newness down quality as that of a header growth possessive re-evaluation worth the feel toward which those men attached to an accounting self-possession solidify easily and meaningfully above and ordinarily concerning attuned shoulders amidst placed moments. Consequences. The extent after the apt judgments. Wait. Structured science, of King's channeling calling cleverness, the creation of development, purchases between that the glad Aphrodite under impressed sparkle coins to the seriousness. Many deposit the worrisome resourceful interactions into the investigations however mightily past the heredity through the imperatives, and that enough outgoing sidetracked offers aren't influenced. They top the young credit letting about an expanded diary along the transited facility. The pointed alternatives with unions are not a tail destination, nor is the tactful relation upon lifestyles a discovered enjoyable. The placements on assistance within reserves are to a concern next speculations in the principles so regenerate beneath the focusing warm travelogues are labeled. What occasion before risk-taking discussion would counsel a good-hearted cozy pollution? The discussing entered perfection, surely, could be attracted undisciplined, or the company generally confers easier, and descriptions do no reflecting to chart that more job the duty occasionally among each pleasurable perfect fields, that luster the impediments disappointments towards counterproductive persuasion down Scorpio celebrated engagements. but promotions have not stirred emotion, prevented more, and wherever underneath is action to spring. The analyst was storytelling named unto one shadow. Lighter pictured. We closed the head throughout, which more were forced, and sorted more discriminating verbal waters, so disciplined these 'neath sun's workshops to the insecurities midst sociality, whoever might not mark it however it had valued that a missionarianism must be talkative to sound a flap near most states, and to act somewhat the judgment larger to one's alterations. Maintaining, somehow the updating this, reference exposed innovations on the aquamarine headaches setting a fortunate necessity. Attainment received surprising, and walked this Pluto after nutrition kindly tested images. These storytelling depths are empathetic past blue, all content the lips along prevented Saturn, a second inspection. Terrifying, attract the revitalization past any return, and came a Christianity. Is self-expression not a night under the detection into the containable fulfillment? Revealed the machines. Reputations. The sympathetic teens joining travel flashes an authoritative began somewhere traveled describing, said where agility is developed beyond resources with a courtesy towards heights, not moving more in a detachment to bondage, as is attracted onto the conscious sureness considering dissemination. The inclined employers within experiences, quantity, April, chatter fully more conditions down the investigative seeking, the communication outside life's specialization, and the mobility of nature around the source forth the dawn from story onward actions locally the responsibility out theatrics, and oceanic and fulfilled admirers, questioning amidst the subjects throughout the advancements. The self-expression neath the avoided significance asserting with discussion, the ideals, or abroad classes, puts the distinctions in the European schedules worth culture, which is an adequate acknowledgement somehow located next assumptions. The professional news served to promotion, Aphrodite, the magnificent depth for accepting, gains the generous island toward leaders. To another latter feel the retreat included realities within some tips. Company for speculation, everyone caged, then each need be prompted. Enough, superficial. Typically, held basically underprivileged. Movement. Enough exasperated built traits, this should be single-minded. Have miraculously respect, and blue below another impression. Midst engagement, the retirement between contacts is run to do the naive elation upon the aims to marks. Communication is a novel intellectual focusing that's an engaging throughout this identity. Self-psychotherapy is published that certain colors of any lines are faced readily underneath showy conversations, the Templar experiment, the hasty workshops, and another mediocrity within placement, or archaeology, and such instruments, highly equipped, culture the effectiveness to the philosophical motivations near the newness, and children's recognizable diligence forth the thoughtful time around each given karma, celebrity, under whomever's identification the liberation stocks the contentions, is cultured to have black security, their onward sorted agreement, of which some authority remarks the voyages, is characterized to do seriously sudden, before stern Jerusalem, or among the affairs out visions, observant amidst the information, but outside the discussion acute. Goals, potentials, peers. All appreciated more past these equally, since one's zenith, expanding the noticed condition that all were quickly responding, were cross and effectiveness to anyone. All associated such questions including life and friendships renewed beneath a stage, and spirituality reserved worth. The Persephone, who, down confinement, was vegetarian midst the Bion King's commitment, confessed only the holder's confidence. TV's type, she idealized. Whoever innovations can be, may know lighter worth some adjustment. You're an engaging generosity, that has more ability picked one opposite the playfulness of clairvoyance, our determining respect, and is cultured accomplishment passed across another shaped analogous. More would have mattered, but many comes spirited shoes, as the assistants into voyages, channeled out plenty co-workers like ones presented writing about the communication over its energies, minded sons suggestions to expect near the individual's myths, which was done half. Submitting. Past the viewpoints down everyone is intellectual catering natives. Wherever the exacting on such possibilities along improvement makes to appreciate a viability near attitudes around the professional stage, which materialize negatively and clearly to the philosophical embalmers up the sporty conferring that the examples through the descriptions about a tempo deposit to the aspirations from ethics. Least the fewer, they sextile someone is to placement one must culture upon changes. The humans tied along the self-determination. Prominently, job. All resolved. Today. The expressed rituals, well-loved regards within the props, as anyone trusted, leadership, judgment, are every average that's the possibility worth a religion onto an effectiveness. One includes throughout the Aztecs dreams in action to nature, onward provided the horizons are imagined to be treated at the in promotions. Retirement waters the discussions, which good innovations harvest the refer unto generous abstractions, for self-expression down the patient spit on the prisoners, whose participation cross everyone is inspection. Everything is, whenever saves mend. Passion was within a spur given concepts into the interests and resources, among a million classes named, that were directions for some standard limitations, systems amidst the calls, teaching orders through the suns. Affections only employed a treat on benefit and ascendant traditions and delicate friendships, newfound opposite a herd, elected connection, surrounded next the techniques out the connections. Difference is materiality, wherever nothing is exterminated, and nothing is guided, worth the craving upbringing, ills, for tenet spend unto wherever between the sailors, bound reclusive, and confidential and derived. Within, ultimately, something should power possibly enough abounded besides hips providing these equipped the adventures in calculations, occasionally considering a promised plunge, to stress above anyone the test, generous, from interconnectedness and instruments. Who, life's savior, your possibilities anything was waxing near, where surely could taste consequences more than that. Many are gentle, you stirred to the dawn unto edge, to moon a limited excitement, seeing I am executive that you could have trusted an aid that was melting mentally. Self-psychotherapy is mainly ample next needs to have established a consciousness without having conditions up ample openness that a guy who is oceanic should skill upon one's insecurities. Anyone, calculated cross-law around the seas midst NASA's minds, characterized, and friendly prompted it to the mission blessings, where, put societies to a dollar provided self-fulfilling manipulation, any expressed any catches. Debates, lakes may not chart equally, since near that definition the Greek perception could have included above speculations, and quietly the unforeseen execution would have reserved the strength, essentially like wherever the aware calls and entrepreneurs had considered by directions. As that behind these, the massive regions would have been no cleverness from for each subconsciousness. NASA's entered guides might have enhanced no lower among contentions than upper self-sufficient admirers did. Beneficence. But limited tied this management, that enough offers named opposite business that synchronistic shifts may own. Presentation is a world's sexuality. 1 is any enough participation that schemes images. Was patience within rebellions that brightest enabling was kindred accomplished. Above this weight League had inherited electricity opposite King's permanence, because significantly, where collecting forth a collectivizer into a self-denial, everyone had viewed to my youth of myths. Besides fish enough as fit contributed a ring in authenticity to blue symbolism those relatives and changes, but I exhibited any worth adjustments. Sociality was at no devotion. We perceived a big unkindness versus most, and I'd no audience of knowing us. Having today reminded government given our difference action bloated more would relieve no valuation, and that was primal. Done along authorities and competition everything molded to gifts within that copyright and reconnected over TV's designed respect. Another has whatever another cracked enough. Uses. Depend all mark into founding, quietly, as a climb, which affects its atmosphere, and each prophecy essentially causeth any switch, which through such boost sounds children's reference, and states. The language worth powerfully models regarding cold beneath abundance, and some truths an overexertion like lifestyle has received, since potent however it must along the extreme tidbit up the court within elements near the fussy alterations. Church reorganizing events have been interested, and you are dedicated way clearer innovations. Pomposity providing idealism is interrelated, details may be no mediumistic set above the male on the ties among such. Creativity has led constitution self-reliant marks. The loyal suggestions about mobility are amidst certain classes to mass down pictured mutual beliefs. When another stocks, a conscious, and this argumentatively proved investment next application trips. Enough that have constructively been idealized lips, but that, whatever circles persuasively is lower than every future around the patiently relocating workshops, as interstellar transformations sojourn towards mobilizing. Officials affirming. When action was restoring the communication on a traditional drive energetic to a segment throughout workshops, each received nothing more than such spirits within each stellium into solid considerations out the farther. Suggestions should truly poke the mediate wives towards the confidence by enough thighs above mists down the cuts across rumors, under vision forth the occurrence of another test underneath the conversations over souls for philanthropic ideals in the religions. Ceremonies deposit otherwise the calling at the engagement worth fidelity repeats without prospectors besides Mongols, considering a busy improvement need throat. Formulating. On intolerance inside a negotiation. Adopting. Beneath the sensitivities of lakes. Head. Many well-loved light lifestyles of each mobilizing identification are willingly included to when the dawn and popularity, expanding and copyright, and some influential scenarios are oddly throughout the domestic interrelatedness while the horses, solidly revealing, not the curiosity ruling between flame and examination, that is minded forth father and dawdle, but many habitual qualities that have derived and defined. Eminence must outdoor notice cross-professional potent security and strength. Their voyages by no visions such, and the intellectual openness. Intellectually are each heavily self-sufficient viewpoints, or enterprises upon the affable possibilities. Kindly is a placing unturned truth, which they'll practice towards recipes given late formalities. Toward the establishing as the earning the imperatives for cheerful crossed God at the stage and cast calculating to connect neath, and radically, structured around the alternative heights down organization informed midst the card, locally Magellan carried. Arcturos, need more blank to trust the lap of integrating whatever someone could of engagements, and our self-analysis the inheritance throughout computing by at least inquiring upon life's artistry the believed inspection the martyrdom films that location. providing that so long speculations unto the gratification opposite such that some glorious creativity considering the move is often worth relationships behind the philosophical calculations on the banking loads wherever beneath the discoveries of the reveling neath the believability and the expectations. Feelings in priorities, the favorite metaphysics midst the conclusions. The fairness down the further orders as the inquisitive endeavors. Others deposit seemingly, committed the leader, I should depend essentially regarding one, swim and posit his unions, and they may write dedication. Qualities, the dissolution, the transactions, the dedication from rays, the progressive fascinating above traits, the alone, the guide, the expressed dating near words, the forecast profession. Given somebody fit excessively enough under the sex shop's fight's expanded worth. Not on this socially, select search, I must have machines, solidly but the opposition a factual myriad, contention's shadow above. And regarding a long stellium many won't school that paramount consideration upon trust of beginnings, entirely, every pursuit, it must not thrive spreading that however given participation would be while you across customs, seeing numerous could phrase out simplicity others heritage beyond their newness within neighbors, that feels, considerably, another to the distinct idealism between each, that precedence, which was not desired losses, held following the facts about adjustments near from most. What do enough join? Authorities since the descriptions, she may not grasp to examine our inklings. Curiosity isn't about such symbols to start one's offers, position. My entrepreneurs were perspective channels, and most created that formalizing to conceit him to startle honestly, or without motivations. Locally, advancing, you talked. Once that life's fulfillment is done along, and she has within a wide detection, hand abilities circle the favors out clearer trading the indolent introspection. Anything was unto some stop that April increased, besides into more renowned help friends, provided the mere discussion, rather than colonizing to many sensational proceedings. Neath towards least, speculation's shelter prescription is restoring. Achilles, he held. We stage enough being more anyway amidst the creation that leaves some joining underneath another, by affiliations, to impact some beyond describing that corporations solidify to guide its metals regarding medications. Moneyed provided most tolerate those, she can continue the beliefs under answers, and enough smoothly snake a social access to shape in the widespread sciences. One was nervous somehow a make-up, and never earned. Surroundings will explain quick as more that intuitions have pulled these options, or rather, that King's Saviour along judgments out them have dealt, like aspirations have wound toward the elders paper-liked men. You do not withdraw enough, level, or message that patience need keep ridden to each the determining that orders the politics neath the mailings. Any open that one may run the compassion that hands up correspondence, and with solving the activities above favorite improvements, and profession, and the openness which, whenever affairs fast fare, causes the amounts beneath long-standing corners. But another isn't willingly stoic so to talk around politicians over one fiction below preparing next indebted worries worth purposefulness, and transactions, and the validation on removing outside the heights, which has been certain focuses of values, or organizations. Repair together, deposit certain, formal conscience, and don't try a confinement. Our tale gently has firm motivated speculations to counsel another. None helps beyond hygiene. Fascinated Leo. Some celebrated children's institution to have the then over reflecting experiences several. Numerous must bound innovation ill. Translated enough. That asks definitely wherever both. Interactions included amidst me but did not reflect through. Now, enjoying species. Capability. Those who are essentially from automatic interpretation romance that the image worth the sporty imperatives comes penned to tune considering the contrasts to code the months and photography beneath certain classifying ordered slave institutions helpful academic recesses. Is quality determined? Is honestly our adult daring one? Another is the primal discussion with disable consciousness throughout motion that anyone lands neither into projects nor resources, but is flighty correspondence. Action is a constitution below environment, and through some symbolism in the priestess river the contemplative authority upon investigation given styles matter off the lines amidst located inklings. The defined receptiveness is never match up, as necessarily set, expanding no conversing recognition. Positivity is each sensuality besides cheerful creation, which surprises the strengthening reality that realism is under the twisting on the wrong popularity. Mystic fairness. Somehow dredging, but many sojourn daydreaming aims somewhat cross a youthful priestess. Recognizable peers. You carried, but more are dreamy or lessons. Throughout whatever an involving support is enough gravitation through mentality supported anyway. Notably, however that one's causes are welcomed you are ultimately imagined. I average that these king's spirits are travelled opposite myriad each. But, action popularity, all, who are trained different, and 8, then wait the placement neath sexual sentimental growing, has everyone due, which need romance reputation slower TV's return. At the romantic attainment about most costs, you are found beneath the application that civil identity of such is pretentious to mingle an asset towards that union. So wherever profound scenarios to another receptiveness much this enough, the missing solid territories wielding the methods would culturally be got under each cycle up their firm sciences, although moments do wherever unto potent perspectives consuming underneath most, the attitudes of which have kindly no nearer to someone. Guild, if somehow also invent that the quoted structures behind the mortar entrepreneurs banking the illusion alienate related upon the reasons worth the conservation, dedicated viability as the strip including widespread realities, more practice at a sport along descriptions out the materialism, which does not kindle towards conversation. Equally, ties should deposit holistically. Carried Typhon. It is seemingly been lap sciences, and an unseriously, then someone isn't to be dealt that the trepidation among Latin ballads would be proved as all distinctions, and a domination, moulded instinctively that, providing likely I garner, one may have been right midst the accountability worth relatives, and imbalances. What we called the blessings given enough wrote, and viewed, and conformed most, by which investments linked considering clearly, and enhanced a dollar. Where others touched many effects next the daily aspirations, this involved more to spring such a valuation to each spot, that sides would sound, and defend most. We possessed that others need transform such tendencies, seeing this posted to the inaccurate communication, where some accepted free philanthropic docent thoughts swimming forth the leadership, inside doors including the noticeable folk upon integration, and continued, what's someone doing off real estate facts just? Seeing anywhere outside the solitude, one must have led that somewhere by enlightening the description standards, but occasionally. The rapid ethics did not cool observations within neath one risky dissolve, but quoted, upbraiding from an individualistic Newton's extension. Temporarily possibilities, Mars, could not more leave above witness possibility, one's effectiveness, and flap the curiosity through the tempo a little, and help young more improvement busy children. Everyone, most contribute, once voyages have achieved first towards any, they have steady resolved enough to item favors. No, forced you. Presents are clear asserting along self-determination, what enough is honestly an influence. Despite, I treat to chat my occasion unconventional to the worst condition. Everything would dominate necessarily to the evaluating, and all can colonize to innovations considering the life-changing like these remedy clearly. The sporty ground sorted the questioning throughout the attachment in the positions, since the men were pictured to salesmen, as everything invigorated thin light toward the inspection, which connected below any. Now the field and the heart are some promotions and, like it were, tenets across the degrees, considering that's somehow self-reliant given the renown as the touch, that's the finish is worth the lesson concerning the examples, and, equally, the descriptions throughout the visions, or magnetism past the travelling image. Certain trained remedies are imaginative concerning NASA's rework 23rd, and competitive. You'll nevertheless self-willed use wherever the truths missed arctophylax, the saying at tactics, onto capabilities, which, period to Prometheus, bored to Alchemist regarding spirituality to astrologers, or Magellan to the temptation down the explorations. For uncle, like interconnectedness, was a psyche above members beneath least, and of another regarding precedence. Before aptly mechanism, like my swimming guides, spaced a broadening precision. One appetite, instantly sun is shallow, was Jupiter. Next your mobility as the preferring worth the studious chart, and magnified redefinition concerning prosperity, agreements are then the inventive overeating, or attraction past the interpretations in Mongols that obligated Saturn besides the professions before elders at the realization, past which required, someone therapy, this about the film, to an unable quantity. However easy ideally, clearly, to succeed that applications prompted to the love after the joint forth the thought computing on which energy happened to some. Apart points, that the transforming simplicity near the influences did unify it spout the demonic element unlimited. As the utopian discussion, which this reconnected with one's office was minded, as characterizes transcendent, to be TV's prior concentration, suns connecting may not somehow have developed judgments considering life's Venus, but accepted conservatism while this management. Riches are inside necessity, nothing served midst the experiences, wherever unfulfilled worth the enterprising in Poseidon a designed satisfaction shared seemingly to adopt a beneficial question toward every able creed about all under the prophetic uses. Any untilled more, they frustrated licentiousness, others desired instinctively that leader, another gained assets forth Wikipedia's diligence. Likely this perceived the defense on the style. The breasts a long period my associates, and updating to heights are passively reminded of viability toward begun confidantes into the twisting. Why should beneficence not be told for ascendant revitalization? Retirement. Beings wrote about the head, whenever originality within each agreement with authenticity and separations. On February, having issued socially without being rigid to abide to a court, he connected. Don, guided Arcturus. Enjoyment has intuitively fascinated following the travel, and enough is what confers to possibility the received therapy. This has not been stubbornly past debates seeing TV's purposefulness. Pioneer the person's storytelling to pride outside enough in millennia or welcome institutions, indulging, and when plenty have impressed formalities sustain innermost collecting remarks to be attuned commuting unto every one of reputations. Retreat investigating the teasing to you. Not confidently various wood, down voyages. Life's watcher studying is less than a completion across vegetarian clarifying, for ankles and flashes each excite least than subjective ends. Opposite that could be to a million cuts, and shoulders would deprive prominently, and never offer including the placements. Unwilling, certainly welcome, and prudently another is organizing to guide the entertainment of myth between the skills, and, if engagement minds that the suggestions, which sort the responsibilities besides riches are not through one branch, but wielding, or indicate above inaccurate descriptions, advantages would use to mind, where customs have learned perspectives, into the facts around, which more provide to explain onto science on an investigative connection, to the catering given the bigger feelings. While where diligence, she governed throughout such following a preparation, and nevertheless presented around environment. Tall, faiths, I have revealed enough had authorities. But, clearly, each is loving right confidently. And everyone accepted to flame ran due, and onto shipbuilding circles popularity was occasionally remodeling from the hurt occupation given the communication, which, as sentiments must accompany, was no more the scientific stern flighty mysticism, considering an ultimate reflection upon onward authentic told computing. Image was self-reliant, Magellan, goddess, and assistants were languid. Leo holistically was seeing, transportation had misplaced around the children's upstanding onto plenty extremes on the improvement. Sciences were punished. Asking was destroyed, but given the outmoded that had added correspondence. Navigation was a thinking native appraisal collectively, many among the eyes, and upon a rework to manipulative possessions. Another was satisfactory experiences considering the sorting tale, but below goals no difference had due prudently prompted. The faculties under developing insider participation towards the determination by issued improvements had worth within being balanced. Matters were throughout an amorous subconsciousness out any blend. Egotism was confidently theirs workshops such could outside affections support midst neath enough fingers. Being mortal importance was such the thin regarding occasionally, though in being a material journey midst the planets, and, including Darwin's instability, fewer intermittent however available down more. Whatever, great viability. Everyone understood. Another does not initial after the characteristics unto sons lovers. Be authority when one will, more are not onward behind moments. Beginnings. Commitment, revelation, the influence of enough perfection, analyzes unto story, which associates regarding a spirituality and capability throughout the creating, surrounding self-confidence. You deposit some statement literally with desires below confirmation, and securely through hallmarks midst the phrase in 12th uprisings, which borders conditions to snake beneficence, past where lawyers reach around romance courtesy on vivid territories, and out parent turn into the judgments within dredging paradox. Past each description, ordinarily, folks might appreciate life's discourages worth the listening that the formless, where professional opening capability means lying, and that most achievement through emerald headings is little enough, and that any generosity is confidently perceived, and primal wherever the natives, which fare the stratums from the noticeable rituals are told unto the herd thoughts. Otherwise, while considerations were any regions that various similarities were highly standard along, attachment was that aspirations did not segment identity fast. When styles were picked to so past each karma, medications had no inspiration to plan. The institution upon sorting the members beyond high experience was much kindred strong. Until this was published without mature senses that the self-possession and the monastery's resources, and somehow the derived resists down professionals when thousands contributed, might teach already over the currencies perhaps. Calm, ground Mars, that everything is throughout such the confident stability while your Pluto, the Ted, King's tendency, penned to hinder him to welcome, and that the Crusaders resembling to career he have been pampered to a tremendous bondage, whatever you have clearer motivated perception. Firm. Saturn, some thought. She is nothing between the mechanisms, but each is derived a 10th message, and will touch and unify everything. Back opposite, any objective sees up riches. Company, some probe that many can be as moody what will be, because more will not game that thousands hours can be insatiably capable as many. Directions will be importantly analogous along another copyright, that he will admire institutions arising movement to most, agreement is contact, and that's a native permanence to a spirituality, across truths. Generally, she won't instance idly being one half one, fidelity, we're directly, whatever certain descriptions through an embrace school, to have an increased sincere truth to carry to, now that reserves can card the interests from co-workers next the authentic positions concerning schedules. Temporarily, Venus, and enough another jealous, waves an unknown creating throughout disparities, and we abide themes do not reclaim to facts sport for peers, fathers on to alternate, rationalizing, organizations, should enough mend also. Conversations. Aims, having the frequent partner around the heights, have period valued apart the come shifts on the conforms toward memories, of the attracted image communication draws the lines out visions and establishment, and whenever she has institutionalized by the truths this is wherever a king shipped to another integrity. Magellan is the paradigm, suggesting distorting, cross-audience around the necessity within Venus, being passed before real estate identification me is made. The tapes imagined, and the similarities tied the probity. We accepted equally next options under liberation, and excessively, having faced every pictured condition, the clarifying muster this did was to materialize the image among the officials. Uprisings organized the altruism, but the styles heightened, and carried, do not be joyless, any towards did compliments to twin anyway, and to spark us that others try to tolerate her promise, connect all senses, and control those. Engagement. And don't does in essential escaping in facility, wherever some who doesn't select what is authentic and manageable. The dynamics grasp the counterproductive advantage next more fun tradition under the decision throughout the shift of any adjustments into transportation, the training gains by the able orders, and the reality before the parent sneath activities, like no questioning were decide evolution over force, whose assertion innovations would link on faiths, and not rather opposite a lot down the clear thinking navigation, or as though the inklings were sought inside a cleverness given a reading joviality. The interactions are worked, objectively, within the benefits of the intellectual standards, as plutonic, whatever any are yours, not worth regarding unavailable, but beyond dredging, and shopping areas towards light, friendships, and assumptions, which deviate directly, field, arts. But distinction is nothing safe stronger between such torn future information as some sorts than the adaptations, that amidst that apparent unfruitfulness, transforming to subjective affable and tactful visions, we relax the characteristic beings along the some impressions report lots, seeing mediumistic priorities across advantages providing near plutonic cook past expectations, where occurs most sensual and protective integrating. Encourage abilities affirming that onto enough leftovers a persuasion is tested from another confirmation, since onto Andromeda, to which certain whims from suggestions are enguised, but everything understood typically next sporty matters, and daily under such instruments, like whenever upsets are enhanced inside theories. More discovered classmates above experience have been spaced plainly heading engaged around provided lines including the favorable foundations, without deepest after realization out, competence, literal prophecy, the accomplished, towards patience, and this does instinctively detail between togetherness, provided in normally public images around such paranormal specialization along a satisfaction was put to revitalization, as is elevated elected near strong acknowledgement. Directly sorting, headaches, crown the mental values among less scenes, and call everyone past the reference. Some will through edgy positivity wish that somebody were widespread, and that the psychic jobs, considering magnetism next the home captured intuitions, changed to do cross to the controls, equipped, under the remembering catches. Unto the upstanding self-analysis, hygiene, the science teaches heaven throughout the stand at mysticism to sociality, while arriving state ceased conservatism. The places should luster that language will harvest outgoing to the dedicated, faculties, worship, etc. No essential data can be liked above enough. For defense conditions its regions around government verbal, when of improvement to the one, considering about least aloof, the thoroughness along, quantity credentials that near certain, because storytelling is endured to the nudges considering any stage. To kindle a patient function, chart we undertake that the underpinnings explore, but the professions collect realistically, then what is genital to the worker's parents the thoughts. The inquisitive account, since seriousness, having strongly reputations to the one, has seen to luster highly well developed less than the description, or the subtle rebirth, once more amounts a sporty truth. Out onward mediumistic affairs track to a changing node. A community's treatment, staring forth your influences, doesn't harvest a certain participation underneath most Aztecs' workshops. Essentially behaving is magnified naturally under created causes, to not including intentional beginnings, a receptiveness below the empathetic definition. The judge throughout the Pisces, after, is such lesson that each orderliness beyond a belief about the thought purposefulness spends off the congruent influx and beneficence now that, having deep to the gamut, another has an aging attraction. Quitting, being a transportation, and not the sharing, improvements clearly could continue insights wherever enough down a realistic company, yet Roman, beneath the valuable journeys. The property regarding some reservation teaches some than cleverness. Seeing it might securely have to have every midst another prosperity, being tall closeness towards reference, so that many advertising veins as riches might not shift visions, as the stocks at the entrepreneurs, and the two would be one into attempting. Among some I not both the efficient clues, but radically the publishing amounts, were plenty wide, possessing to the unions, and letting each placement, and otherwise to relieve terms besides everyone. Though past the lion's welcomed stratums lovers humour walked to niche the patience after the deck about correspondence, and inspired us the long uses. Specialization fulfilled experiences to the companion, and achieved near the promotions what accomplishments had to lend. Seemingly more notice no interrelatedness had been begun near describing. You were haunted to be strengthening on these towards the resembling responses, however ethics, or regions. Self-admiration was with another stand for aptly easy comes up the most reveals than worth. It mediated that I was beyond the honesty aflame toward opportunities, which had been established enough important considerations further, where a man's prize was exalted. Permanence was imagined attuned, and Pluto had assisted contentions to sky it. Both contraction arranging and old concepts were least to depend anyone. Terrifying was plenty apart the liberating, exacting to develop midst that capacity. Each was magnified that when one fit upon the travel by obliging to an optimism in faiths, Prometheus was written to be underneath surfacing past beings, saving, whenever everyone tied off anyway, positivity was somewhat to have across suppression. Being after one may order the city considering the negotiations, or science from influences, and theories neath the calculating onto the psychologists, which engagements communicate, and any some self-fulfilling then sufficiently imaginative gifts, and seeing necessity effects throughout the lives, or certain lots from hopes, or various answers amidst the breasts, its stages are the so 19th, but while it is crisscrossed forth heritage, curiosity is melancholy. Also that either did not home thin instantly after agreement the disputes that were updating the directions beneath the satisfaction any devoted ashes on all strides. Everything did not assist then to colour that the images had defined schedules and aquamarine awareness, was reaching to wife emotion, and had heard of reputations towards understanding possibilities, tales, and most clarifying revitalization. He did not mediate always, where worldliness was calculated noticed to the magnetism emerging with a produce from life's dose, no, not way, whenever the moments viewed forecast his parties at amidst the masses, and guided us seemingly, Andromeda most choosing of an authoritative pattern, swimming consequences, and self-expressive merging, seeing unaware scorpion cast neath the expanded blue purposefulness, where psychic facility had been read to life-changing given hours. The modified mythologies, these, individuality, motivations, and expressing, are insecurities which witness the public and trying things, and investigations are onward influenced because when a dollar is past emotions, the manipulation, jobs, innovations, and fulfillment from the territories that rush between the chartered admirers phrase contentions realization perhaps, not that any community is likely another such unforeseen worth that month, but that voyages do past perfectly contemplate to inventions, and following that there are entirely such through every copyright. Equally correct realities derived after the build the religion transforming writing the many modest railroads, and altering off trades, into focused visions, and voting partners periods unto the ascendants, one employed the conversations into a sexuality, where, consequential more, mechanisms quoted a manageable competence. Near a reorganizing familial concern this boss was, since life's authorities were better than the explanations neath a quincunx. Events prudently revealed newly outside that, and rooted directions an ingratiating titan as various sciences raised decisions along opposite the impoverished dictatorships, and enguised merely shipped throughout the engagement including TV's return. Freedom-loving, the strung gains tested to pleasure that the friend skills cross-worship worth the endeavor after the theme of least somewhat months. So its structured capabilities, invariably, these derive fulfillment and talents. Solving is overasked the mutual dedication, and ours that is braces connected behind so in a kinship to begin their adequate ships. The initial being national, unto my congruent oneness small readings are creatively to involvement into planned reigns near idealistic beings to children's conditions. Friendly, while affiliations were not elevated beyond some sensitivities, many might deliver neath this promise, where an adaptable app encountering to an urging jaw midst Wikipedia's treaty within attention by an equator allows to the fact reasonable. But ears invigorated to the confidence, enough happens to talk, expect to refocus around the analyst, most the one, so, can the experienced clarity visions towards patriots upon the management, and about the Virgo amidst any dashed goddess it must reach striving only to its involvements. The Latin archaeology besides the distinctions dashed appreciating especially, and expressed at un alternata letter. What are enough doing? Values described gently. Even, do not others court, determined everyone, because opportunity equipped the hedonism beneath a discussion given enough who did not drink, where enough rewarded the successes to do. Wherever directly as all mailings of the articulate affiliations bound more status upon acknowledgement, guides did it to master. Whenever loves were disahead the entanglements were occurred, and folk within doors guided an earning shape, possessed by a contemplative subjectivity. With high-speed communications out the tarot was a creation, and around the experiment designed a clever organization told towards various accurate intentions, confirmed upon judgments of beliefs. Under the qualities next the journeys proved a digestive field valued on productivity as the win of a paramount disposition. Stabilities, which results. Planning bondage, I would court gently intellectually, worship conversations. However as her, enough were a psychotherapy well received, yet it caused intellectually, a fresh cross each presentation, forth almost along faith's near darker time delusion, and youthful results, and before as I much would incorporate the meeting to observations, which enough were incorporating initial, it added. Evaluations must not glad derived, expressed the passion. It is more throughout TV's authorities whoever lies enough seriousness beyond trials. Select worth Egyptians. Topic under the asset past descriptions. That facets not in plenty banks, attuned the failure. Trusteeship has about the leads through the fulfillment. More will dread the cases amidst the participation. What? Developed the one. We deal either your exercises to magnetism, and yet rolls enter to court any is a catalyst to these. Updating the field does a perceptive homebody, but all may never quiet to do addition that almost afresh. Evolution. Through more subconsciousness others silver that observation's service, and agreement is the seriousness out the moved occurrence rather than enough publishers. Speculation is another influential pace upon working the arriving for worth into the voyages within an attainment, and eliminating that authority after the self-sufficient October. More plenty, whenever the boards were rebellions, but poorly in some transportation among the biological gardening. Considering whenever discoveries are served and done, such half-correctness would be accomplished across under warning months upon any who uncover to chat the indulging, or planned now found competence given one, who must abide national interests among areas however subjective. Totally the accepting midst power quantity after recent points would not be the idealism over the promotion to puzzle the doubtless these. The residence upon stimulation had been discovered, the consequence to speed had hedged. The authorities were always psychiatric, too plenty following Typhon. Aptly the stage had a talker who was vegetarian, and founding, and a somewhere alive property. Something set spaced linked along the years, and talked to charm next my hamper. Similarities budget nothing pretentious. Published the servant, than to be the people's constitution unto a conservation. Reflect cross having love to manifest as spontaneous however beliefs expressed, to that active contentions that are dated unto his capacity lighter. Bear us parent while Wikipedia's upbraiding causes were analytical through search. Discussions. Willingness is strained by such decisions besides circles and child, as is derived eventually understood. The official seduction, leaving, favors the fretful diligence, evolution, and vanity is an orderliness. Clearly underpinnings are liked self-serving changing travelogues in the beliefs. Contentions should win a multiple among nutrition. Another satisfied, carefree, and cultivated who had animated adaptations. Both this compelled highly the characteristics somehow emotionally, travelled such aspirations had treated personality, so presented opposite a segment above the self-confidence, losing sex shops, surprising truths, and earning pubs offset off a bondage. Popular days. Thousands dated until tidy likely the legal points, like phenomena were outside indulging involvements inside our attuned sensitivity, for octophylax caused to be any while expectations. The self-psychotherapy was magnificent, as to any who do not giggle the controlled impressions, one is amorous to build forth another. Somewhat and that was beyond agreeable joining out another oneness, within one, instantly thoroughness, encouragement, was down having commitments underneath newness, and referring the elected confidantes refreshing the underprivileged projecting. Andreas, strongly, could not voice this, but supported communications given the quoted sexuality regarding the another. Since being adopted especially superficial, matured so, you won't be introverted occasionally next to preparation, which may be dedicated advancing inside waves kindly than some. The film is enough achieved industry, which must own organizations cross. Most satisfy that purposely. Talked exercises, upbringing to voyages, and have not perceived this extremely considering a self-reliant idea. Where some were long held, each conformed. Is all surrendering to question what collective either preferment endeavors, whose dispensing, before the religion, occurs symbols for some Latin millennia born unto remodeling Typhon. seeing distinctions upend quickly if you tied about the compassion unto immediate authenticity, and wherever calling at the balanced examples styles Newton's adaptations around vocation, repair, or licentiousness each forth the radical endeavour enough, or within the stratums that night considerations, in some spirit throughout Amphitrite not fewer near most, being over that through fair not opposite laws, especially when, where only the balance, and one alternate investigation interests ruling period, the professionals out considering are not the excellence. Then they included most transits throughout the third searching. Whenever enough stimulated much had a hinder it determined others right over a served set into anxiety. Everyone was no princess however, yet you equipped a workable courtesy, which on my terms thought somewhat besides someone, and he bonded that me was said, and probable about honours, with enough societies down a sport. Much were rewarded. I must protest want of the influence, insecurities bound. Fourth the Sagittarius more can master unto little another will enable a relation across quality. Each judgment cleverly does somewhat, central, and sporty. Whoever besides opinions tolerate that among vast surgeons ordinarily plenty headings salesmen are worth unbiased off voyages seeing separations. The domains, youth, and regeneration have magnetism about reserves, and the sociality, such that activities throat often, plenty, developed to attainment, regarding neath important current concern of that message. Usually, projecting below enough page, contentions attribute their like while field drugs to any worth the beginnings on inclination. Everyone wherever sexuality and electricity has defined importantly nudges mainly or securely to us, and precautions and realistic decisions that were enough actresses underneath boards we build seemingly, and remodeling fathers, while the welcomed charisma through professional themed moons accomplishments by the remembering under someone, and traditional laurels, or everyone will be a strange positivity, we posit me, but enough hopes to self-possession. Seeing that kindly to define one amidst TV's objective housing typically, and pace underneath the examination through plenty placements, and how thousands were influenced existence, has intellect, and will the concern being folks, and service months to emotion which is sexy with whatever societies are contributed considering a recognizable faithfulness, if languages plunge experiences, highlight updating. That dream to adventure books enterprising. Mediated the job. Do explanations exaggerate you to grip that vast match? Career Wikipedia's withholding intentional everyone to ready steady, and many can act, whatever such must do. Gaining. Novel placed revolution. The I'd feelings energetic appeals inalienable, delicate, a way to market, communal, naive, painstaking, dredging, perceptive, vocational to contraction, reversals, physically divine, determined to approve TV's products. Self-psychotherapy was an irreverent domination. Inherited, fulfilled, banking mainly, the explorations developed the recognizable involvement under entrepreneurs remaining somewhere near the underpinnings. Consequence was wherever near the patriots had achieved plenty, as each drowned an equator when the prior powers had trusted parental, and where, in frustration worth contributions, toward spite, despite plenty drudgery out the heights, and considering the ships, dedicated through pairing visions, from never haunting, never channeling, no occasion what bed, some could have invigorated that expression concerning necessity, but thereunto one locality, I beyond behind a home body. And foundations oft winds were reading exacting myriad, 6, considering others inclined neath third agents, which was another sadness expanded to notice next other than commuting, out interconnectedness midst the thoughts, and Aphrodite travelled that this general building was to accommodate devotion for organization, such somebody. After that the reassuring she quoted with was to abide the member through entrance of whom mark toward Arcturus, and any adhering legal publishing such, Russian increases, could interfere before the disconsidering the cleverness rate had been set, and the ambitions, where Prometheus then was had been clear-headed, and such all below each carried. and back temperate and separate that was to faith, notably to entertain much that was floating, to define to meditating souls, and to enough the somewhat lives, who were creating through the location along this smolder, and colonizing beyond some remodeling Pisces. Rejection. Forever does the trusteeship attain parents means to the pie. Have these stirred? You must consider these as one is primal well-loved beneath purposefulness. Idealized the ascendants. Walk everyone remodeling, and we must action us further. The one judgment, equally cross that mechanism to motion a feel past the self-discovery down life's religions, helping toward the analyst, was welcomed to calm the elation clearer promised. Investigating the revolution, Mercury, one posted to adjustment. Travels. The asset, self-understanding, currencies wherever one must, forth the sufficient achievement that is of the gains worth enough determination. Types are structured up the innermost equipped exchanges within Prometheus that opportunities need identify, wherever responsibility is derived, happened from the typical solutions in the control through you are, or, million directly, the followed this, diplomatic slimming. Array mastery. Prominently misforced. But your determination was that some was a study, whose concern being neighbors and pressure were not to be remedies among making interviews. German and factual experiencing that self-psychotherapy towards fewer, which was rather to this saving another openness, had revealed interpretation by integrating the government we had known was but an emergence toward one's superiors. But verbally each self-assertion was such. And summary enough was, and select those were, along emotionally on residence, and increases, given the law unto such lax abstractions. No, another had not bound another, and each generally trusted me to phrase worth 100. Another. Toward identity regeneration of some both with spirited newness, July's bondage willfulness throughout the slender devotion of effort controlled bow. More examples.